Echoes fill the silent night. A lost love, a heart so tight. But in this cold, hard world, hope's just a fleeting word. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, lonely cry. In the cold, hard light, guitar soars through the stormy skies. A melody that pierces the eyes. Love's a memory, a distant dream. In this world it seems fingers glide in the fading light. A final note, a last good night. Lost in the shadows, lost in time. Dreams are all we find. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, a lonely cry. In the cold, hard light.
In the shadows where whispers dwell,
1.3.
slight guitar sings of love's farewell.
10-4, I just wanted to know if
Echoes of the heart once bold, now lost in the night's cold fold.
Yeah, I'll be 23 back on the
Secrets hidden
property case, and I'll be
deep
70 seconds
within,
of those Williams Road address.
tales of love that couldn't win. Promises made in moonlight's glow, now broken like a shattered show. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today. Memories of laughter and tears. In the silence they appear, whispers of a time so true, when love was all we knew. Lost in the echoes of the past, wishing for what we had. In the dark we search for light, holding on to what we fight. Through the pain, through the night, we find strength in the fight. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today.
521.
Sorry, card parking problem.
Florida 23.
Yes, that's Florida 28 on truck when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. We're broadcasting from various places, from somewhere in a little yellow cottage, of course, and from Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer, and I believe she's coming from Florida, and Margaret McLean, whose channel is called It's Crime Media, and they are both here. Going to bring them both in.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. How are you, Kevin?
Good
morning.
All right, we got looks like our mics are working, and we're all here. Good morning, everybody.
Good. Good morning. Good morning.
It is a balmy 36 degrees here in Massachusetts,
I know it's cold.
which is nice and warm compared to the way it's been.
Yeah, well, that's true. You're right. 36. So,
Not too many people playing tennis, though.
well, we play indoors. We switch. I've got tennis tonight.
Oh, okay.
Actually, yeah.
Oh.
Brr,
All right.
brr, freezing.
No, it's not outside. We play indoors.
No, I just meant generally brr.
Right.
Just in there.
How did you do in your sectionals?
Oh my gosh. We kicked butt. We made it to the finals of all of Florida for 4.0.
Oh my God.
Made it to the finals, which was really exciting. This is actually the second time this year my 8-0 team made it, and this was the tri-level team, meaning it has the 4-5, 4-0, and 3-5. And so we did great. I was thrilled to go undefeated for the sectional event, which was great. I had an amazing partner, though. I'll give her all the credit.
Well, it takes two.
And had a 6-0 bagel, which is hard to do in sectionals because everybody's good.
Wow, that's amazing. And one thing I will say, Kevin, about sectionals, well, Florida in general is it's actually harder. Do you realize, like in Florida, the 4-0s, a lot of times like 4 or 5 players play in the 4-0. So and Florida is known for that.
I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah. More so than the other parts of the country.
Yeah, Texas, Florida, and California, because there's just so many players. So you have thousands and thousands and thousands of players that play. I mean, in Texas, some of the leagues that we're in just to get to sectionals have 56 teams and take 2 weeks to determine who is going to advance. So you just have thousands and thousands. And so in other regions, it's more watered down. I'm not saying anything negative there because there's great players, but you just don't have the numbers. So you're not going to have the level. So you make a great point.
That's amazing. Good job.
Okay, well, on to the trial today. So today,
yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's okay. No, we're rooting for you, Ben. So yesterday was particularly boring, but today I think things will pick up. So first of all, the jury's not coming in until 10. We're going to have a voir dire this morning, I guess, with the one and only friend who was in the house hours before Anna was allegedly killed on New Year's Eve. They had their one guest over, the friend. What's his name again, Margaret?
Jem Mutlu.
Jem Mutlu. I'll probably never get that name, but
it's like GEM Mutlu. Gem, like a diamond ring gem. Mutlu.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, so Jem will be here this morning for a voir dire, and you can talk about that a little bit. We talked about it yesterday on the show, and then I'm also hearing rumors that, and Judge Carroll actually gave us some good information on it, and I'm also hearing rumors that the prosecution actually might rest their case today, which would be really interesting because then we don't know. It's just a rumor, so I don't know if it's actually true, but certainly the judge didn't say the judge in the trial didn't say that.
Yeah, there's no indication of that the other day. I wonder where you got the rumor from. That's interesting.
They mentioned it on the news actually.
Oh, really?
But so again, I don't know how reliable it's that.
Well, the news might be. That's interesting. What, Channel 10?
Channel 5.
Okay.
but it could have. They may not be certain either. So we'll see.
That's interesting.
So, and then if Brian is going to testify, would it make sense to have him be the first person to testify for the defense right out of the gate, and then the rest of the witnesses that they might bring in or experts might kind of color in his testimony? So I don't know what you guys think about that.
All right, you go first, Jen.
Well, I think all of us are on pins and needles, if you will. I love that expression, hoping that he testifies. I said from the get-go, I don't know how they can prove their case without him testifying. If he doesn't testify, then they're just laying down. And at this point, maybe they feel they're just going to lay down. But he has to testify or they can't prove their notions. That's the end. That's just the facts, I think.
I think he will.
Sorry, Mark. Let me just jump in real quick. Maui reports that it was said apparently by the judge in court yesterday that they may end today. But go ahead, Margaret.
I missed that. Okay, I watched every second of that trial yesterday. I feel like I did, and I missed that. Maybe I didn't hear it. So yes, I feel that Brian is probably thinking I have nothing to lose, and that's why he would testify. I would feel the same way. I mean, all this blood evidence and DNA doesn't lie, right? So he's got nothing to lose, and get up there and say, listen, yeah, I did all these horrible things, but I didn't kill her, and just maintain that over and over and over. And I don't know if it'll work or not, but why not? He has nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, Maui reports it was hard to hear. I remember that there was a moment where it was hard to hear for about 30 seconds what the judge was saying to the jury. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think also, with Brian, it gives him a chance to get up there. All he has to do is plant that one seed of reasonable doubt. And as I've discussed before, it's a 5-pronged test in terms of proving that this was first-degree murder. And, he can get up there and try to sell a story. It takes one person to believe him, only one.
Well, it's true. Or only one to make it a hung jury. Only one who's going to, one or two that's going to say, you know what? Yeah, he did all these horrible things, but can we prove how Anna was killed? Can we prove whether Brian killed Anna? And if, was there any premeditation? I mean, yes, we can guess that a fight occurred. So, and they may follow the letter of the law and say, there's just not enough evidence here. It's possible. You're right, Jen.
It's possible. By the way, can I digress and talk a little bit about Reed just for 1 second?
Sure.
Did you see the foreman who came out? I'm putting it all over my Twitter because it's so significant. Did you see in an interview, and again, I don't watch what these people say, but fortunately I have a lot of people sending me different things that are said, where he specifically says that the public corruption issue outweighed the fact that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. I was just like, drop the mic. Okay, people, exactly. From the beginning, I've said this was a case of jury nullification, just like OJ. Their issue was race in the OJ. That's why it was nullified. And I play often the juror talking about that, of why they voted that way. And in this case, now we know straight from the jury foreman's mouth, there was a nullification issue, and that was public corruption. So,
yes,
I get it.
You know what?
They were angry about that.
Jen, we were talking about that yesterday, even. I believe the three of us, because remember we talked about Proctor. Were you here for the when we talked about Proctor? And I really think that those vulgar texts, and even though it was his personal phone, they really, I think, put them over the top as far as, listen, this is not right, and we're going to take it out against the Commonwealth, no matter what we think, whether she hit him or not. It's jury nullification. I can't agree with you more. And what a shame that that had to happen.
It's just a
shame. Of course, that foreman also had said that his first that he first made up his mind that something was going on when he heard the paramedic or the firefighter testify that John was wearing a coat, and it turned out that he wasn't. So this foreman grew up black in a neighborhood where there were a lot of issues with trusting the police. So he came into this trial with a lot of maybe understandable baggage, but he came in with a lot of baggage that
Sure.
made him kind of conditioned to not want to trust the system.
But he wasn't the only one. And I
Correct.
really think it was the Proctor factor here. I really do.
I think that was a big one, but again, Proctor was never proved to be corrupt. Proctor was just proved to, be, and when I say corrupt, this is what I consider corrupt. Corrupt is when you lie, you plant evidence, you otherwise take an investigation away from the facts and from evidence. He didn't do that. He talked horribly about Karen Reed, I promise you that is not generally the term or not generally what would be necessary to fire somebody. It was easy in this case because what he did through that verdict. So I agree with you. I think what he said and what he did and what they brought out was a huge reason why the verdict was what it was.
Yeah, well, I also think he showed bias, though, which is, forget about the crude. Yeah, there was crude stuff and everything, but I really do believe he showed bias, and that's what bothered me as a prosecutor. I would not have wanted to deal with Proctor, and I know the prosecution didn't want to deal with Proctor. It was like the worst part of the case.
Yeah, and when you say bias, this is my only issue, depending on what we're talking about here. After 16 hours, which I think was the mark that he made some comment that he was pretty convinced it was her. All I'm saying is, as a case agent, being in these shoes before, you know so much after 16 hours, because it's not just 16 hours. It's the work of dozens of people over 16 hours, and it's all filtering through you. So you're aware of a lot of work. So it's just take 16 times 10 times all those days. I don't like when people say, yeah, it was just 16 hours when they don't understand how police work happens. That's a lot of information he would have known by then. And plus, he was there on scene. There were shattered taillight pieces. It was dead right there, but where she was.
I know, but I still feel that in sending those text messages, he appeared biased, and that was one of the reasons he was fired.
I agree.
And, you may feel that way. You may feel, yes, the girl is guilty. We're going to get her, but I just, by sending text messages to his high school friends, it was the appearance of bias, and I don't think he should ever work on another murder case again. It's just my opinion. I was upset as a former prosecutor about those actions.
None of the jurors on either trial have mentioned Proctor being a factor. That's not to say that he wasn't, because only a certain percentage of the jurors have spoken.
Right.
But,
well, I'm sure that it's part of the police corruption. It's I think that's what they mean. Absolutely. He's
well, sorry to digress. I just had to digress a little bit because
I just feel that he really tainted the case for the Commonwealth. And opinion.
I'm not going to say he didn't.
Yeah.
And as we've as we've all talked about here, we have we can compare this case we're on here not only to the Karen Reed case, but also to the Birchmore case. And they all seem to show different aspects and different things. And which shows that it's complicated. You can't draw from one thing and take a lesson. So you encounter police corruption, and therefore you rush to the conclusion that all police are corrupt. That's just not the way it works. And so it's good to see. No, but I'm just saying we're seeing in this case here, what seems to be highlighted, police doing their job and doing an effective job and testifying very credibly in this case here. In the Birchmore case, we're possibly seeing where the police dropped the ball because of the police, the wall of blue there, where Trooper Garino had the main part of the prosecution there was the messages that the FBI was able to interpret. Now, was was the state police and Trooper Guarino unable to decipher those messages for some technical reason that the FBI had better tools to do that, or was it that Trooper Guarino deliberately overlooked those things because it involved police officers? We don't know, and hopefully someday we'll find out. And then and then compare that to the Karen case, where again I don't see police misconduct, well, not related to planting evidence, but obviously Michael Proctor's
I'm not saying anybody
actions were very inappropriate. So.
Yeah, I'm not saying anybody planted any evidence. I don't see any.
No, I know.
But what you can do as a defense attorney is you take one thing like the Proctor texts, right, and then you can plant doubt in the jurors' minds. Well, this guy's corrupt. Did you plant evidence? Blah 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 blah. So on and so forth. So sometimes it can take one bad apple to ruin an entire case like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that for sure. I mean, that's how it was extrapolated that, if he can talk dirty about a defendant and seem to have his mind made up in 16 hours, which I've already explained that, then that means he could plant evidence even though he never did.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, they're going to take that and run with it. Just having tried so many cases and dealing with, a cop that comes across in the stand is not truthful, that's going to blow my case. They just hold the Commonwealth or the police and the prosecution to a higher standard. They want you to dot those I's and cross those T's. So I know that when I was, I spoke with Hank early on about the case, and that was a problem. He knew that. We talked about it. It was a problem. So.
Look, prosecutors want. Go ahead.
Another thing that came up in that case was just that. So I was responding to a tweet on this morning. So, and this is going to come up in a lot of cases. There are certain things that are just not good. We're never going to get a full explanation or even any kind of a satisfying explanation. And one of the ones in the Karen Reed case was who deleted, if they were deleted, or are they just missing the Ring videos? There's no video of Karen coming home at 12:36. There's no video of her pulling into the garage at 12:41. And there's no video of her leaving at 5:45 with Jen and Kerry and Karen showing the ladies her broken taillight. That's missing. Were they deleted? The testimony in the case, nothing was submitted. Nothing ever came from Ring. Trooper Guarino had basically said, we don't know of anybody else accessing the account from any other device. So it's left as a mystery that either side, can kind of to try to take advantage of. And for a healthy defense team, you can try to create reasonable doubt with it. Yeah. So that's going to come up. God, Jen, you've probably seen that, or Margaret too, in a lot of cases, right? Yeah. Where it's just certain things aren't explained,
Certain weird, unexplained things. So remember, defense attorneys, like, look at this Brian Walsh case, for example. Tipton has an uphill battle. He's dealing with this guy who dismembered his wife. There's all sorts of blood evidence, tissue and hair and slippers and all that. So he's got an uphill battle here, and they're going to take the slightest thing and run with it. And so far, the police did their job. I mean, there's nothing. He obviously went through all those text messages or everything, Proctor's phone, in advance of this trial in hopes to find something he could run with against the police. But obviously, so far we haven't heard anything. So I doubt he found anything he could run with. You never know, because they haven't put on their case yet. But, the slightest thing you're going to, this is weird. They this trooper threw his phone out. Something's wrong. Or they were targeting Brian Walsh from the get-go. Anything that they can possibly hang their hat on. Trust me, they will. That's doing their job, defending their client. But so far, it's an uphill battle in this particular case. So,
and let's face it, this defense attorney, Brian Walsh does not have the dream team that Karen Reed had, and Karen Reed had the dream team. There is no doubt. Alessi could do all that research, and Jackson, I was never impressed with Yannetti. I've said that a long time ago, but the other two, I just think these guys, this defense attorney doesn't hold a candle to them, obviously. And he has way worse facts.
Yeah, he doesn't have much to work with here.
Yeah, agree. For sure.
Yeah, and we also, as Karen also had the big crowd of supporters that grew and grew and grew. Yeah.
Well, and the biggest thing she had was somebody who for years, for money's sake, was paid, and when I say paid, was made financial gain in completely polluting the jury pool, as well as polluting social media and mainstream media on the facts of this case. I mean, he just made it up as he went.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
that was a huge, huge problem, what they did. And you can look now, it's so interesting to look at, what did she make, 2 million on this, something like this, and then look at where she is at raising money for, her, to me, her quest to get all of these poor witnesses somehow to look bad, right? She's raised like $5,000, 9,000 something, some small amount comparatively. So
Right.
people are either seeing the light or they've just given all they can give. When I saw some of these people who said, yeah, we're not going to eat tonight, but I'm giving to Karen Reed tonight, I was just like laughing at them going, okay, at some point, this is just your stupidity. Go ahead, give.
Music by Brian, who did a great job yesterday because he used to work in a DNA lab. So he really filled in a lot of blanks for us. And he comes to us by way of Jen's channel. So Jen, you must know Music by Brian. And he says basically just as guilty as Brian Walsh, but he says that Brian Walsh has a huge fan club online saying that he was framed. So I was unaware of that, but I believe it. Seems like that happens in every case now.
Oh, Brian is such a great person to have, watching, and I will say, we might not have the largest followings when it comes to trial followings, because that's really not what our channels do normally. But wow, do we have educated people and people who really look at the evidence. I just love watching comments.
Oh, yeah. I like the comments as well.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I just got to correct for Brian. Brian was referring to another Zachariah Anderson. So my mistake.
Okay.
Do you guys know that case, Zachariah Anderson?
I don't know that case. But I will say, I wouldn't be surprised if you would have told me that and it was Brian Walsh who had a fan club. I'm not at all surprised. These people are, they're nutty. People watch it, Luigi Mangione, his harem. Brian Koberger had a harem.
I have to cut out. I don't mean to cut you off, Jen, but I have to cut out. I will be back, but I do have to cut out quickly, but I will be back.
Okay, we'll miss you, Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret.
Yep. How do I take myself off?
Oh, I can take you out.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Margaret. We'll see you when you get back. Tolley says that Melanie believes that Anna's still alive. Well, you know what? We have no body, right? So maybe it could have. Now, Brian's not arguing that, but he could have attempted to argue that, right, Jen?
Listen, he could have. He's already admitted. For anybody who thinks that Anna is alive, he has agreed that he dismembered her and disposed of her already. He's already pled guilty to that. So that shouldn't even be a conversation with anybody that she's still alive. I know some people literally love to hold on to hope for these people, these victims, but that is just well beyond the realm of possibility at this point.
Right. He found, so as we heard yesterday, blood and other DNA evidence on the hatchet that was matched to Anna, and blood on several other sources that was matched to Anna. And I don't remember, maybe you can refresh me, Jen, did the blood that they found in the house, did that also match DNA-wise to Anna?
I don't know if every piece matched to Anna. In other words, there was a lot of specimens on, rags on the floor, on the ceiling, all over the place. And I don't know that every speck matched, but there was a lot that did. Does that help answer that question?
Yes. And I'm going to answer one for Starry Night. She says, that is why I don't understand why the blood is such a concern. He said he chopped her up. Well, he didn't actually say that. What we don't know exactly what he said, just what was reported in the papers. And the closest I could find was that we know he pled guilty to disposing of the body. And it said in one of the articles that I read that he did inform the court that he disposed the body in multiple bins to be incinerated. So bins in the plural. So you would have to chop a body up for that. But I don't know if you know, Jen, specifically what he told the judge, any details on what happened.
So specifically, him pleading guilty essentially to the indictment and what happened and the bags and everything, that implicitly admits his guilt to dismembering her, because that was the entire point of the disposal method. That was a huge part of the disposal method. So as you pointed out, he admitted to the multiple bags. He admitted to the indictment. And so I don't know that he got into the specificity per se, but he doesn't have to. By admitting to the indictment and pleading guilty to that charge, he implies the dismemberment, because that was the charge. Or that was the background of the charge, sorry.
Right. And we don't know for sure if he's going to testify. So the jury doesn't know that he has pled guilty to these things. And that's an argument that the judge has requested both sides submit their opinions on it. So we don't even know what the jury is going to find out, if it prejudices the jury, if, for example, for the jury to find out that he pled guilty on these things. So the state still has to go through step by step with their original plan of showing the jury what happened and what evidence they have to suggest that he dismembered the body.
And I've always said that in my view, they should not show that. That's just my view, that it's more prejudicial than it is probative. They've been given the opportunity. In other words, if the judge would have denied allowing all that evidence in, then that's a different discussion. But because all that evidence is allowed in, let the jury draw their own conclusions of how that leads to proving that he committed a murder.
Right.
So we'll see what the judge ends up doing, though.
So is the voir dire going on now, and they're deciding not to show it for some reason? We know there's supposed to be a voir dire, and the jury is not supposed to, I think, was coming in at 10 today.
Yeah, I that could be. Like I said, I think voir dires are very unusual unless they're involving experts. So I'm a little confused what exactly is going on here.
Right. Judge Carroll did kind of explain it to us yesterday, why there would be a voir dire on this witness. If there is, and I don't remember exactly what it was. Hopefully she's listening this morning and she can post it. But it had to do with if the defense is going to say there were discrepancies between this witness's statements, I believe.
Oh, in other words, that when they talked to police the first time versus the second, that there were, but that's something that should come at the trial. That doesn't, that's when the defense takes the opportunity to say, listen, they're not reliable or believable because they gave multiple statements. So that's really odd to me. I can't imagine this witness won't be let in.
As a non-lawyer, that's what I thought too, but there was a technical reason why it had to be done this way, and the judge explained it in chat, and I think Margaret expanded on her explanation too. So hopefully she'll come back. It wasn't something that I committed to memory, so I can't really put it in the judge's words.
Well, and there could be some nuances with Massachusetts law. I've come to found out there's a lot of nuances in Massachusetts law, including that you can say falsehoods before in a courtroom and not be sanctioned. I mean, I've seen so much that could never ever happen in federal court. It's just every time I watch one of these, I'm like, wow, I feel so blessed that I was in the other court system.
And is this why? So the witnesses that Karen is suing had petitioned to get the trial moved to federal court, the civil trial, and it has been.
Oh yeah, it has been, and thank God. That told me the caliber of attorneys that they're dealing with. In other words, just to think about that, it's so brilliant to move into federal court because there's not going to be any of these shenanigans allowed. I mean, I expect that this case will be dismissed. That's my expectation. It's that it's not even going to make it anywhere. When I say that, I'm talking about the suit against the witnesses in this case, the suit against the innocent witnesses that came forward that were in that house. I expect it to be thrown out, and I don't even, I still can't believe that they did this to them. But I'm hoping it's thrown out. I think it will be thrown out. If it would have stayed local, oh my gosh, who knows what would have happened.
Right, and it has no chance of winning in her. And I think obviously her lawyers know that the purpose is more just trying to influence public opinion. So Western Mass Mark, welcome. I don't recognize the name, so thank you for joining us. Says that, and there are a lot of similarities between this Brian Walsh case and Adam Montgomery, who Judge Carroll wrote a book on. So he says Adam Montgomery pled similar to things prior to his trial. I don't believe the jury was allowed to know that. So yeah, we should know that. I mean, hopefully the judge knows that.
No, I did know that. I brought that up.
So was that true?
Yes. I brought that up in my tweets about all of this. But listen, this is the same Adam Montgomery ploy to plead to everything except, oh yeah, I didn't murder my daughter. I did everything else to her, but I didn't murder her. And it didn't work then, and I don't think it's going to work now. So yes, I'm glad he reiterated that, that this has been, tried before and in a Massachusetts case. So I don't think, like I said, that it should be allowed. It's too prejudicial, and they've been allowed to see the evidence anyway.
Right. So that's why the state has to painstakingly go through. For people in the public, they're like, why do they have to go through all this? But they still have to lay that down for the jury. And
quite frankly, the prosecution wants to do that, Kevin. The prosecution wants to show all this gruesome evidence and the hatchet, and hopefully, like I said, they still haven't brought Anna alive yet. But the gruesomeness of what he did to her and those tools that were used, I mean, gosh, just for a lot of people to imagine that have never ever thought of such a thing, it's pretty gruesome.
Jen, since we have some time, something I've wanted to ask you since you brought it up, I think last week, was your work for the FBI on looking for weapons of mass destruction within the borders of the United States. I'd love to hear more about that. Your phone connection's been a little bit off today, but it's getting a little bit better, I think. So maybe if you have anything you could tell us. So, for instance, was there any moment where you really felt nervous, like the hair on the back of your neck was going up, like, oh my God, something could happen here? Do you have any stories on that particular work? Or maybe you can't even talk about it. I don't know. But
well, a couple of things. First of all, everything in that unit is protected with clearance. In other words, no, not only do you need to have the top secret clearance to hear about it, you also need to have the need to know. So any specifics I can't say, but obviously we worked with flaps and seals, and just generally it's a situation where anytime you're doing anything, I'll say it this way, covertly, you're always got a little bit of a pucker factor, right? It's so different than law enforcement working foreign counterintelligence, because when you're working law enforcement, you're the one, all decked out in raid gear, getting ready to crash in and make an arrest or serve a warrant, right? It's so different. In this, you're hoping not to be seen, not to get caught, not for anybody to know. So it's a very covert type of work that the Bureau does, and that nobody really can ever talk about. So I can leave it at that, yeah, to me, anytime we did a mission I'm always pucker. I never was pucker factored or seldom. You're pucker factored for about a minute and then your training kicks in. It's a lot less scary to do a raid at a home as a SWAT operator than it is to do a covert mission in a foreign counterintelligence matter.
Were there any moments, and again, I know you can't be in specifics, where you really felt worried in the sense that you might not be there in time?
Sure.
Something was going to happen in terms of a weapon of mass destruction. Those could be obviously a dirty bomb. It could be biological. So I know you can't say anything specific, but were there moments where you're like, "Damn, this is close. If only the public knew," and maybe it's good that the public doesn't know. But were there any moments where you just felt really like, "Wow"?
I think it's always good for the public not to know, because it would just cause panic and deep concern and all of that, which I do get, but that doesn't help anything, right? It doesn't help anything.
Right.
So there just, unfortunately has to be some trust. And I know people are going to probably say, trust, we don't trust the government, but there has to be some trust that the government, because they do this every day and work these sort of platforms every day, know what they're doing. And their sole mission is to protect the citizenry. I will also say, I work nuclear counterproliferation. That was my area of work and expertise, if you will. So I was not in, the radiological unit or some of these other units that existed that had more explosive type, as you said, implications in the work. So I wanted to make that clear too. For us, not getting to something or, being discovered or something like that would just more mean losing information from a technological standpoint.
I guess to me, what had always seemed the most likely thing for an actual really widespread kind of attack would be something involving biological. And especially nowadays where this is probably even more advanced now, especially with AI, but where you could tinker with a virus or tinker with a bacteria and create something that would really hurt or harm a lot of people. But obviously you may not have been on those units, it sounds like, and you wouldn't be able to talk about it if you could. But so actually, because you weren't on those units, is that something that you think is can you talk about that? Is that something that you think is worth worrying about? And fortunately that there are people out there in the government focusing on it, in law enforcement?
Oh, well, certainly it's worth worrying about and being as educated as you can about. On my Twitter page, anytime something comes up where scientists or individuals are arrested for those crimes, which just happened, I just did kind of an expose on one, on two scientists, I believe, as I recall, they were in Michigan. I think it was the University of Michigan. And particularly, that was a biological type warfare that focused on, as I recall, agriculture aspect. And so anytime I find a story, and I'm always looking, that I can bring this to the public's attention, that obviously has been declassified, or at least they want the public to know, so they're allowed, the information is allowed out to a degree. I always feature that on my Twitter, and I look for those stories because I want to highlight for people what's really happening, and that they, generally, hopefully people are aware. And the reason I say that is because I think it's so important for people to be aware of what's going on in their surroundings when you see weird things or people acting oddly. I think where people are going to see that more is at airports and at huge sporting events, and especially around Christmas, Macy parade. And the things you can look for are more brick and mortar, as you and I talk about. Backpacks that are abandoned, somebody doing something odd, like throwing something in the trash, a big thing, and then running away, or communications that they see between one person that might be trying to communicate with somebody else across the street in an odd or a surreptitious manner. All of those things, the public is so critical. The New Orleans situation, there was a lot of clues that went on like that in that case. And so it's really, the Bureau is dependent on the public for recognizing those types of things, because those are weapons of mass destruction, bombs, biological warfare, certainly. But I mean, to me, the more common are bombs that are used in places where there's a mass gathering.
The last time I traveled, I was at Logan Airport. This was about 2 years ago, flying down to North Carolina, and I was at Logan Airport in Boston, and in a crowded terminal, and I went in to use the bathroom, and when I came out of the stall, there was a guy who was a youngish black guy, who was in the process of putting on one of those ski masks that covers your whole face. And it was not a cold day. It was November, but it was not a cold day. And I was like, what do I do here? Do I report this? And so, I didn't really know what to do. So what I decided to do was just kind of go and sit where I could watch the bathroom, and also where I eyed where the nearest security person was. So if I saw something that made me more suspicious, that I would go to that security person. But I think we lost Jen. But nothing ever, I never reported it to anybody, and nothing ever happened. So so I don't know why he was putting on that mask. Oh, we got her back.
Sorry about that. I listened to what you said. So what happened with the ski mask guy?
Nothing happened. So, nothing, I never heard of anything happening. So I would have felt bad, I guess, if I didn't report it and then something did happen. But I just wasn't sure. So I just kind of stayed in a place where I could watch the bathroom and kind of watch things. And I eyed the nearest security person who was actually near one of the terminals. My sense was, if I went to that person, they were just going to think I was crazy. I guess that's why I didn't really do it. But,
so I would have reported it. I would have just gone to a security person in that terminal, and I would have said, listen, this might be nothing, but it's kind of odd considering the time of year, and he's masking his whole face. So personally, that's something I would report.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel. Counsel starting with Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Right. Madam Clerk, before I lose these on the record, I'm handing you back these two. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who, so that can be marked as the next. I think it might be N for identification. The first 2 pages that I asked for from both of the parties.
Oh, you want them both to be in?
They can go together. It's okay. My handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Well, at least they're getting.
How long do you think this voir dire goes?
20 minutes. I can't imagine it going longer than that, unless I'm missing something here, because it's got to be about whether he's qualified to talk about her health. That's the only thing I can think of what it would be. But we'll see. Yeah.
If someone asks.
So I did bring us in on the sidebar, just not sure who's talking to Margaret, but
Commonwealth just outright ask Brian Walsh, I guess.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yes, if he takes a stand, are they allowed?
I don't know if she's being interviewed on TV.
Is that allowed to come up?
I saw that. I mean, during cross-examination, there's wide latitude.
I'm going to take Margaret out just because I think she's not intending to be with us. I added her to the stage, but it sounds like she's doing a TV interview.
Yeah, it sounds like she's doing some sort of interview or talking to somebody about it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm curious as to, obviously, it makes sense to me that the voir dire ended up with him being able to testify. I can't imagine that it wouldn't. I think it's interesting that the prosecution is asking to meet with the judge on other witnesses too. She just wants to have all those points of law and anything the judge wants to decide on done, so it doesn't interrupt the testimony. And this is what I'm talking about, how smoothly this judge operates. Yes, we're having some, bumps that they're going through that are not actually us hearing testimony, but this is why it was such a hot mess in the retrial, because it was constant, scattered what was happening and sidebars and issues, they weren't decided in advance. And I just like to see this going smoothly like this. I'm glad to know this can happen in a trial in Massachusetts, because after the retrials, both of them, I wondered, is that just how all these trials go?
Right. And those are questions that we in the public, most people in the public probably have not watched a trial, certainly not many trials, until the Karen Reed case. And so now we're getting a view of how the system works. Probably a decent percentage of us have served on a jury, but maybe not for several years. So there were a lot of sidebars in this case yesterday, Jen. You're right. It's gone smoothly, but yesterday there were a lot of sidebars. It was almost more sidebar than trial yesterday. But, we're not going to cover all the sidebars today.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is the overall feel is so different. It's not a shotgun. It's not an interrupting of testimony constantly. It's just, I give this one an A and I give that other one I don't know, B.
I kind of was okay with Judge Cannoni for most of it, but then I even understood why she, her Karen's Sixth Amendment rights, especially as a murder defendant, were going to be paramount. So they were not going to take away her attorneys. But then, as you said earlier, why was there no discipline after the court? I mean, even after the trial, even the judge implied there's something, and even in fact, the defense asked if there's going to be discipline here, it should be after the trial, and yet doesn't seem like anything happened. So,
and that's in large part what I'm referring to. And then I also don't think in the second trial his messages should have been read. I watched many other trials, and in other situations, you cannot have that. It's so bizarre that she allowed that. Now, Proctor testifies, free game, but without him testifying, for them to be, and I just saw a trial with the exact same circumstances, and of course the judge didn't let that in. Some person up on the stand, reading from their personal discussions. I just thought that was so wrong. Oh, Kevin, I'm going to have to sign off.
Okay, thank you for being here, Jen. And if you come back at all during the day, I'll be watching. And
I am so sorry. I'm going to have to sign off. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jen. All right. So thank you for Jen. She had sometimes if Jen's on the road or something, her connection can be a little bit off on her phone. So there were times when it was coming in good, though, like when she was talking about her former work for the FBI. That was really good. That was a moment when her phone was coming in very clear, too. So, yeah, as I was saying, most of us, so Jen, she's not a lawyer, but because of her work with the FBI, she was involved with a lot of trials. And then now she does work testifying as an expert. So she attends a lot of trials. So she gets to see a lot to compare it to. For most of us in the public, we haven't gotten to see a lot of trials. Maybe we watched a little bit of the Murdoch trial or, the OJ trial or something like that. So, You know, when you really pay attention to something like the Karen Reed trial and now this trial here, you know, you start to see how the sausage is made, right? And we end up having a lot of questions, and we're not always sure if it's the most efficient way that it can be. The jurors seem to like Judge Canoni. Judge Canoni kind of comes across as the mother of the court. But Mike is correct. She permitted the circus outside. Although a lot of other people, including Judge Carroll and other lawyers, have said there's really wasn't much she could do. There is, you know, we have a First Amendment right to demonstrate. I think the First Amendment right to demonstrate should be limited by a court trial. So, for example, if that was a vigilante mob outside that was calling for Karen's neck, we wouldn't have wanted that, right? So if you can suspend the right to free speech in that situation, why would it be any different in this? A trial is not a place for demonstrating. Just like you can't demonstrate inside the court, you shouldn't be able to demonstrate in a way outside the court that's going to affect the trial. So the jurors should not have to see or hear any of what's going on with that mob. That's what I think, anyways. And it was clear from comments from the jury that they were affected, or at least they could hear it. Margaret's kind of on standby, and we're not going to do. I'm not sure why we're not seeing the voir dire if that's what's going on right now. Hopefully, we will see it. We're not going to do all the sidebars today. We are here monitoring the situation, so if something happens that's more than an ordinary sidebar, it's a lot of work for us to do this, and to do it every day, to have to be available for every sidebar is hard. Yeah, Maui said it's a big sidebar. That's right. They did go to sidebar, so it's not the voir dire at the moment, but hopefully we will see the voir dire. Right. You never do know how long a sidebar is going to be. Right. So we'll be here monitoring it. But you know, obviously there's only so much benefit you can have from my commenting on it. Anyways, I'm not a lawyer. So most of the benefit comes from hanging out in chat and seeing what people in chat are saying, especially since each one of us is probably going to miss moments of the trial and people in chat can fill in the blank. Judge Canoni was known before the trial as judges have a reputation as being pro-defense or not pro-defense, and she is known for being pro-defense. But it's interesting how the other side thinks that she was anti-Karen. So a lot of things depends on what point of view you're watching something from. So if you look at the main screen, you'll see we do have the chat showing in the bottom right. That's an option. I chose to put it up there. And if people don't like it, the CC's up. Let me just there's nothing really going on. But the CC is up, but there's nothing going on in court right now. So that's why you don't have any. I don't think there's a way for me to put on CC for my voice. I've never seen it. So we stream this from an app called StreamYard, and I've never seen it. CC is on, Jane. It is on. I made sure I put it on this morning. And I'm looking now, and it is checked on. I don't think that the FKR people are pretending that Judge Canoni was anti-Karen. I think they believe it. And it's because it's just natural that people on both sides of an issue, they want every ruling to go their way. And the reality is there's going to be mostly split decisions, right? Or the decisions overall will be one will go one way and one will go the other way. And so when you're kind of partisan or partial to one side, you see every decision from your point of view and you want it to go that way. The StreamYard banners. What I don't see a banner up there now. Do you want me to get rid of the chat? That's the only option I have here is I don't mean get rid of the chat in the chat box, but I can if you see if you look next to Brian on the screen, the window is up there showing chat. What banner is up? I don't. Let me go to the YouTube and see if it shows there. I don't see a banner. It says live with StreamYard. But I can't get rid of those things. Those come with the StreamYard. I can't get rid of those things. The live with StreamYard, it's a StreamYard app, and they're trying to, they want it to be known that it's their program. Just like the little symbol on the top right corner is something that I made up. But if I take out that watermark on the top right, it puts a StreamYard watermark up there. So there's no option for me to just make that completely go away and blank. Just like also on my name, it says logic plus evidence equals truth, but I have to put something there. So normally that's there for me usually to put my name on, or for anybody that comes on to put their name up. But you can put right. So I have written in, instead of my name, I wrote in logic plus evidence equals truth. But I don't have an option of making that completely go away. So there has to be that little banner there. I don't mind keeping the chat there. I'm asking what people want. I've all right. So Jem is the friend and former employer of Anna, who was the only person that was celebrating New Year's Eve with them hours before Anna went missing. So it should be really interesting testimony to see, did he see any friction between the couple that night? I think the voir dire is over the possibility that he may have changed his statements to the police at some point. So I'm not sure. We'll see. That's a very good point. Does the chat on that screen show all three platforms? I didn't even realize that. If that's so, that is good. I was hoping that eventually StreamYard will set that up so that on the main chat window that we're watching, it's set up for everybody. I can see it from all the sources because I'm watching it on the StreamYard. That's the app. So, but you can only watch that. You don't have people in the audience don't have that option. So if somebody posts from Jen's channel, I see it. If somebody posts I also have it running on my Twitter and on my Facebook. Jen has it running from her Twitter and her YouTube, and I can see all of those. But I can't, if somebody comments on Jen's channel, I can't delete that. So if they say something insulting, I can't delete it. I can only delete things that are on my channel, but I can highlight it. So if somebody comments from any of the channels, I can highlight it and it goes up on the screen. So Miranda says she's on Jen's chat and she can see Jen's chat on the screen. Oh, good. So everybody can see that. That's good. Thank you for that information, Miranda. Obviously, ultimately, we wish we could combine it all into one chat, so you don't have to go to one channel. But, so most people have ended up in my channel just because my channel is a little bit larger and a little bit more active. And I feel bad about that, but there's nothing really I can do about it. But we keep obviously mentioning Jen's channel and Margaret's channel so that people will subscribe to those channels and watch when they're doing shows that we're not doing. Over the years, Jen has been able to get some really good interviews on her channel, but she's so busy being called to testify and other things that she has, she's told me she's had, she's been frustrated that she hasn't been able to put the attention at this time into it that she wanted to. But because of her work as an FBI agent and also her work on various TV channels and stuff, she's able to, she has in the past been able to get in some great guests. For instance, she's had on one of the original FBI profilers. Margaret's channel is a little bit newer on YouTube. She's had her channel's been much longer as podcast. She's been doing podcasting for a long time. To look for Margaret's channel, go to YouTube and search It's a Crime Media with Margaret McLean. But you need the whole thing because there is another channel up there that's called It's a Crime that is unconnected to Margaret, and it's an older channel with more subscribers. So that comes up first unless you put in the whole thing. There may be different ways, search parameters. The way I have found it when I had trouble finding her channel initially was It's a Crime Media with Margaret McLean. Yes, and Joe is doing an outstanding job, my moderator, putting up Jen and Margaret's channels repeatedly with links, so you can find it that way. We all get there. A lot of times, so when I'm on, I definitely much prefer having other hosts on with me or guests if we can. And when I'm with Jen and Margaret, because of their professional careers, I try to focus on asking them questions. I don't have the proper professional expertise, so I try to focus on I try to ask them the questions that you guys would ask them, or if I see you asking them a question in chat. For example, I asked Margaret a question yesterday that when she was a prosecutor, did she socialize, for instance, with judges and things like that? Did they not that closely, but do you go to the same cookouts, the same Christmas parties and things like that? So is there a natural connection? And some people in chat were saying that they always had wondered the same thing. So I try to tap into the regular questions, the questions that us regular people outside the system would ask. What goes on behind the scenes? And of course, many of these judges at different times were defense attorneys within the state. And so the defense attorneys also have a connection with the judges. A lot of these people have come through the same system. So a lot of the defense attorneys also have a social connection with the judge. But are the prosecutors more likely to have a connection with the judges? It seems likely to me they would, but I don't know from my own experience. Just like the prosecutors are not technically on the same side as the judge, but it feels like they're more on the same side than the defense team is. And they may be more likely to see each other in the hallways every day and that kind of thing. Just go looking through chat. Thank you, Maui. MS goes to the YouTube search bar and she's had trouble finding it, and she's a subscriber too. So, well, let's give it a test. Let's give it a test right now. In fact, since we're quiet, I'll do it so we can all see it, and then I'll go right back to the Court TV feed. So let's try. It's a crime. So without the other things, just it's a crime. Hopefully she'll start to show more. No, see, it's another channel that shows up. An older channel with more subscribers. 233,000 subscribers is that other channel. So there's a lot. Now let's try it with media in there. And yeah, it doesn't show up here either. Let's see. All right, so let's try it another way. Let me try it by taking out the spaces. I think that's actually the way I searched it. And you may have to put an @ in there too, but no, and that still doesn't seem to come up. All right. I'll go right back to the court in a second, I promise. All right, so here we go. You got to get Margaret's name in. So It's a Crime Media, Margaret McLean, and you see it comes up right on the top. Let's go back to the feed. All right, see, we didn't miss anything. Is Brian actually wearing a suit today? What is that? Or sport coat? All right, so put in Margaret's name. That's the best way. And Miranda says with no punctuation works too. If you can remember her last name. I used to sometimes misspell it, MSJ. Looks like a sweater, but there's a collar on it, isn't? Or is that underneath it? Make the screen bigger. It could be some kind of a sweater with a collar. And Margaret's been doing media since before she started coming on this channel. And I'm actually the one that got her the Court TV gig. And before she started doing things like that, she had been on media before when she was covering the Whitey Bulger case. But I can definitely say that I have seen, tremendous growth over the last 6 months as she's become more comfortable going on those shows. So that's why she's getting invited on a lot of shows. And her book is on the Whitey Bulger trial. So it's not unlike many of the books that go into Whitey Bulger's life. This one is on the trial. That's where it's different. And it's a very good book. I forget the name of the book, even though I have it and I've read it. I always, let me see if I can find it. I always, I become, even though I've always, back before the digital age, one of my favorite things was to go into a bookstore. Oh, let's see. I can't even log into my Kindle. So I would go into a bookstore probably once a week and get lost in there. And I really enjoyed that. But then in the digital age, I've gone to Kindle books. I really enjoy, okay, I'm in now. I enjoy having access to books on all my devices, including your phone now, which is great. So you can open a book anywhere. And I also like being able to highlight. All right, let's see if I can find the name of this book. It's Whitey on Trial is the name of the book from Margaret McLean, McLean. Good morning, Carol. Carol says all right, this was the question we had earlier. Prior inconsistent statements in police reports require the judge to evaluate admissibility outside the jury's presence if there is any question about authorship or inconsistency. And so the question that came up to Carol from Jen was whether that's a Massachusetts thing or is that common for most states? Is that something that would also apply to federal law? And good morning, Chick from the Ricks. So this apparently the voir dire is going to involve the witness, Jem, who was on his prior employer, and also a friend of theirs, but he was their only guest for New Year's Eve. And so apparently there may be prior inconsistent statements in police reports involving him. Carol said, good morning. I'll be listening and on NBC 10 tonight. What time are you on NBC 10, Carol? So people can go check it out. But I am involved and during interviews on the DCF case where a child died. Press conference is 11. Okay, we're getting back to court.
Almost went sliding off the back of my chair. Hold on a second. All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in cause now and here and shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Do me a favor, just keep your voice when you speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walsh on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that she was, I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered?
Remember, she said as far as marital issues, and not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that, you know, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation obviously we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay.
frequently.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong. Yeah.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking it's told that attorney fees were piling up and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay, but more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take
counter.
kitchen counter?
Yeah.
Did you ever?
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of the voir dire. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so. Yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyway,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that, so as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So again, shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have.
Okay.
What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today.
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and he previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on. Now you may speak.
thank you, I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So
You are unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children, traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let well, what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him. Maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one. That Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten some little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I'll
you
be right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
Just those, the next three.
Oh, yes.
Pre-marked
I
exhibits.
apologize.
Thank you.
That's already 147.
Please, when I can. All set for the jury?
Who is entering, all rise. And switch step.
Harry, all persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. I'll say the Commonwealth. May be seated, court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors were able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case. And you were very able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case. Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Just take your time, just watch your step. Sharon, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Okay, keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Or rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes...
Of course.
It's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal again or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had.
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
So maybe I don't think I'm muted. Showing the green light, showing microphone. I don't think I'm muted, but okay. All right. Thanks, Maui. So anyways, that's all. Let's just have peace in the family. It was understandable how somebody thought
Sir?
that somebody coming in might be
What did she say
trolling, because
about
we do
not
get
seeing
trolls.
the
All right, I'm going to
children?
leave.
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another
again,
question.
Sure,
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walsh?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walsh?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that.
Sure.
So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car?
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walsh house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so When you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very
What-
happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen, and Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes.
Who joined the three of you?
Their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
What happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes.
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
We all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. Almost seem close.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as 3 photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes.
And are you able to read the writing on the box in Exhibit 257?
Yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jem.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No.
Do you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said I'd better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. Again, I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as a 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, "Thomas just found my phone"?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
2nd? Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police. We've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation, his demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
I moved to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
His tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
Yeah.
sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had taken this, I think did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and
No,
yourself.
Anna, no. Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that
That's
process.
correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mhm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program
Mhm.
and thereafter?
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family
Mhm.
and Anna, the children. And we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project. And Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations. And this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls. And we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day when she worked for me. She would sometimes come to my house in the South End, and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And, you know, we also had, you know, a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, yeah, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, I think Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna
Required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you?
He did.
He was proud of her?
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically, she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did, a director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off, because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours.
So I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it
And-
didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally
And as a friend, yes.
and
both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours,
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the cell in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea. Yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the DC, Virginia area at the time. So there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told. And that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm.
Yes. Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
Did.
And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and
Yes.
Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while,
That's correct.
and you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it,
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
I don't believe so.
When you say I don't believe so, Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
This has been powerful testimony from someone who obviously was extremely close to Anna, even very close to their 6-year-old boy. So very emotional testimony. And he was there at the house until between 1 and 1:30. And obviously, and what Anna wrote on the wine box, was particularly moving. And then hours later, she'd be murdered. Not sure if you guys, I'm looking to look for chat and see if you guys had any other observations about this testimony. I was listening the whole time, except I did have to move to another room to do some things. And I also am trying to set up another computer just in case, a third computer, in case there's any issues with this one. Or minutes later, yeah, maybe. There was no indication in anything Brian wrote on the wine box of him showing any impending violence or temper or anything like that either. That doesn't mean that he wasn't feeling that, but so Jem was obviously very close to Anna, even to the point where he was very unhappy when he learned that she was possibly going to be moving to Washington for a job. Did you guys have any other observations or pick up anything in particular from his testimony, either the direct or the cross? Did you get any clues? What was the time? I missed the time when he said it, that Brian first called Jem to report that Anna was missing, because it was that morning. So he was like, how could she be missing? I just left there. What was the exact time on that? Does anybody know, Maui? Do you remember on that time? Oh, it was actually January 4th, so it was days later. All right. The question was, when was Brian's call to Jem to say that Anna was missing? Right. That's a good point, Pearl. The defense is trying to point Brian as not jealous of Jem, but that doesn't really give us any indication of what that does not is not necessary to mean he wouldn't be jealous of her boyfriend. Valeska says either the third or the fourth. So it actually was a few days later then. Okay. Thank you guys.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing.
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53. Counsel. Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys. So I don't know if you-
Can I just see
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Well, Mr.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the
From the
top of the page.
Until the bottom, until.
Sure. So we actually started.
Just
Read to
read
yourself.
to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That's it.
Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
He can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it
I,
does. If it
I don't
doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on you?
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
So we don't have one of our lawyers here to help us out, but this seems to be just asking these questions, even though the objections are going to stop him from answering it. Just continuously asking the question is improper because it's going to create an improper impression with the jury. So I think the judge is going to put a stop to it. And see, this is how things are with the law. Most of us here are not lawyers, but we understand the common sense aspect of it, that allowing these questions to continue, even though the defense knows that the prosecution is going to object and the judge is going to sustain it, they keep asking it anyways because it gets the impression through it. So we know we don't have to know the law to be able to know that common sense that wouldn't be allowed. Ken asks, what's the relevance? And it's a fair question because it seems to be that if you're pointing out, let's say the defense wants to portray Anna as having a lot of affairs and that this could potentially explain Brian being jealous and being angry, but that doesn't help him because that just makes it more look like he murdered her. Unless, well, I'm going to stop here because they're going to start up.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay, and you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant?
A
confidant?
confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers?
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay,
One of the sisters I never had.
okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her?
Yes,
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
that's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night
Okay,
on December 31st.
okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't
you
know. If,
back and
no,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially,
Okay,
but also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay,
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property.
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay,
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay,
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
okay.
You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes.
And
Correct.
you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, DC for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fasto.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close.
Okay.
But she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship.
That I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, that I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did,
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes,
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
yes,
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it was cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your
She was
arm?
very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah,
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during
Sure.
that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct?
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
And Brian's preparing food and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian?
I'm
Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom. Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks to the chair. Watch your step. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Take step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation
probation.
officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Switching to a different computer. So this is a computer that I have not used before, but it's a powerful computer. So let's see if this goes smoothly, and we'll keep this dedicated. Good to do during a break. All right. So, thanks for the feedback. A lot of times if I hear glitchiness or something like that, I can get on it right away. But sometimes it doesn't come through on my end, and I rely on you guys telling me. So for everybody that gives me feedback, thank you. So there were a couple issues that came up in cross. The defense is trying to establish or weaken the idea of a motive financial, since Brian bought a ring for Anna that was worth a couple $100,000. And also, I think the idea, that if Anna had a crush on Jem, but yet Jem became very close to Brian, and Brian never once showed any jealousy towards Jem, then it kind of portrays him as though he's not the jealous type, which potentially takes away a motive for him. If you guys agree with that. Trying to read through chat. Well, I don't see anybody disagreeing with it anyways, but maybe you guys do disagree with that. But that seemed to be the direction of the cross-examination here. Must be somebody different on the camera today, someone that focuses in on the clock instead of the ceiling fan. Ken asks if the defense is trying to suggest that her friend, Jem, I guess, could have killed her. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. So Pearl Jam suggests they had more like a brother and sister relationship. Well, that's certainly what the prosecution wants to suggest. But the defense is saying that there may have been something more, or at least feelings on the part of one to the other in the case of Anna. Because doesn't that if it I mean I get what they're trying to do, right? So if he didn't get jealous of Jem and Anna, then he's less likely to be jealous of Anna and her boyfriend. I'm not sure how much difference it makes because a lot of times we just don't know the exact motive, right? Because the guy's not confessing murder. But what we have is the evidence for the murder. Yeah, I agree with Heartstar. I don't think the jury would ever buy that the possibility that Jem did it. I'm not sure if that's where the defense is going, but we'll see. No, I don't think it said he was financially jealous. I think the issue was that if Brian could afford to buy a very expensive ring, then maybe he didn't have a financial motive to kill his wife because there was a life insurance policy. So one of the motives suggested by the state is financial. Right, Kitty. That's what the state has suggested, that it was a financial motive for insurance. So they're trying to weaken that by saying he didn't actually need the money. The state would try to suggest that he need the money because he had to pay back for the fraudulence in the settlement with the feds for the so he had defrauded a buyer in California with some fake art. Right, he didn't seem to have his own money. His money seemed to come from his mother. That went too fast. That was sometimes the chat bounces too fast because it only shows 3 in my window. So Valeska says, I think it could be his world was falling apart around him, both financially and with Anna. Yeah, I think that's probably the closest to the truth that we'll ever get. And Liz points out that he Googled about how soon he could collect the insurance if she was missing. And that's true. That was one of the searches. Good point. So I'm trying to check if this is making sure there's no glitchiness. Let me know if you guys see anything. So the clock, let's see this here. Okay. When you guys look at the clock, all right, it's moving now. Beneath it, there's, the pendulum that for a while mine doesn't seem to show that it's moving, but on another computer, it looks like it's moving. So Miranda says money was always an issue to Brian. That's why he ripped off his dad, sold fake Warhol paintings, and even used Anna's store credit to buy the new rugs, which they used to bury her or bury her pieces. So just a reminder, please, if you have any interest in science at all, I have a special guest Saturday at 4 p.m. I know it's an unusual time. That's when he was available. This guy's company or group from MIT, a bunch of MIT scientists, creates open software, which means anybody has access to it for free, which they provide to researchers and pharmaceutical companies. And this software uses artificial intelligence to study proteins and how to build and design proteins at the molecular level that would be used for drug development to treat diseases like cancer. So very interesting. It's something that you don't think about cancer until someone in your family gets it, and then you think about it. And there's been tremendous advances in science in the last really decade. But now and a lot of that's done with the help of computers. But now that you're going to have artificial intelligence helping, it's going to move a lot faster. And this is something that's going to affect all our lives. In my case, it'll be a race. So I believe that for my particular cancer, if I could somehow survive, say 5 years, there will be more durable diseases produced by this artificial intelligence, something that would keep my cancer under control as a managed disease for the rest of my life. But 5 years is maybe a lot to ask right now. So it's a race. It's because it takes a while for these things to develop. So it should be very exciting and interesting race for me. We're also on, yes, it'll be right. Manage it like HIV, Mao. Yes. We're also live here on Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer and with It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. So please, if you're coming from one of those channels, welcome. And if not, head over and give them a subscribe if you haven't already. They would appreciate it. So actually, tomorrow, Margaret will be hosting the stream, but I will still be on the stream. You'll still be able to find it on my channel and on Jen's channel. Thank you, Just Jennifer. So you won't really notice the difference. And then on Friday, Margaret's going to have to manage it again. I'm going for chemo Friday, so I will actually be watching from my chemo. I'll be watching the channel. I may comment in chat, but otherwise, I don't want to bring on the camera or anything. So interesting. The first time I had chemo was back in April, maybe, and I was getting 2 types of chemo, and then after that, a type of immunotherapy. And so while that was going on, I was watching on my channel the Karen Reed trial. Kate and Boomer and some of the others, Matt, were covering it. Margaret wasn't part of our team at that point. Jen was too. Jen was on it. And so, I was tempted to chime in, but I didn't. I just was watching it. I got through the chemo without any problems. But then when we went to the immunotherapy, I went into anaphylactic shock and almost died. and it was an interesting experience. I was awake through all of it. And when it first began, I was watching Yellow Cottage Tales and watching the trial and had to put it down, had to put my laptop down. I was getting this treatment in an outpatient area. But the team is excellent at MGH, and it's not uncommon for people to have an allergic reaction to these immunotherapies. So the team is always ready for it. So they had about 15 people. Then they prepare you beforehand too, and they say, you know, there's a chance this will happen. And they had about 15 to 20 doctors and staff around me, and I'm awake for all of it. And I could, you know, see the other people sitting around me and their families watching it, and my blood pressure dropped down to like 53/40. And then they hit me with the EpiPen. They jammed my thigh in with that. And that starts to bring your heart rate back, hopefully. And in this case, so at each time, with each new blood pressure that they took, and it was a little bit higher, I had the strange experience of having these 15 to 20 staff cheer me loudly and like clap and cheer. So when it started to bounce back and it was like 61 over something, they all cheered, and each progressive thing they cheered until I got out of danger and it got back up to like 90. It was very so they were never able to administer that safely yet. We tried it again a couple weeks later in a hospital stay where they administer it more slowly. However, so that time, and first I had a reaction on that I went into severe, I forget what it's called. There's a medical word for it. But when you go into severe chills, you're like bouncing off the bed. You have chills so bad, you're literally bouncing. And they have to administer morphine to get you out of that. A couple of shots of morphine. But that took about 10 minutes before they were put all that together. So, and then they try about an hour later, they tried again. And then once again, I went into the anaphylactic shock. And I was actually, because I had been through it a couple weeks before, I was actually completely calm and trying to tell them what my symptoms were. And I was trying to say, look, you got to hit me with the EpiPen. I know it, because I could hear them. I could hear my blood pressure dropping. And I was like, no, do it now. And they finally did it. And again, I bounced back. So, but, you know, I'm willing to go through that as many times as necessary in order to make it work. So they're working on, they have a different version of that therapy that instead of going intravenous goes subcutaneously through. So it's just a shot that they put through your muscle. And I'm waiting for that to be available in the United States. It's not available. It's been approved in Europe. It was approved in Europe a year ago. But for some reason, due to the packaging, the drug is approved in the US, but the packaging of that thing. So I'm still waiting on it. And so I'll be up for that when it's finally available. And this particular immunotherapy type thing, I think it only shows positive results about 35% of the time, but the results Sorry, I didn't know that was muted. I stood up for a second. Sorry, guys. Yeah, this mute button's too big. I was saying, so I have a friend of mine that's he had melanoma, and then it came back years later, and it was stage 4 melanoma, and that's usually a death sentence. But he had a type of immunotherapy, and it was so effective that he's now been cancer-free for 7 years, and he's so cancer-free that he only has to go back for scans once a year. So there's incredible things going on with science. And this guest that I'm going to have on Saturday will talk about how, normally drug development you go in vitro. So when they first find something that's promising, they investigate it in the test tube in the labs. And that is something that's called in vitro. And they might investigate a bunch of things, and then finally they find something that works. So then they try it on living animals like mice in the labs. And most of the time, what worked in the test tube does not work on the mice. But when they do find something that works on the mice, then they have to put it together and document it in a convincing enough way that they can get approval by the FDA for clinical trials on human beings. And those, I don't know why that's doing that there. So I can, if that becomes a problem, I can switch over to the other feed. So keep your eye on this for me and let me know if there's anything buggy that happens on this new, because this computer I switched to is not one that I've used. So I don't know if that's an internet feed issue. This room's, yeah, it's still getting buggy. So I think I'm going to go back to the other feed. All right, so I went back to the other feed on the other computer, and if it keeps happening, then maybe it's happening on the court TV, on the court's end. I don't know if Goody will be fired, and I don't remember what he was suspended for. I think he was suspended for being on the message chain but not participating. Does that sound right? I mean, he seemed like a good guy and a good cop. Exactly what you'd want. So I don't know. Obviously, look, Grant's reporting is very unreliable. He has an agenda. So if they can somehow connect that to Kate, then he'll report it. He can't even post anything without saying Kate's name. So, anyways, we'll see. I didn't hear anything about Sean Goody, Officer Sean Goody. I think Sergeant Sean Goody from the Canton Police getting fired, but now we had a reset on mine too. So I don't know what's. All right, I'm going to connect this way. Maybe I'm taxing my internet too much by having too many feeds going. So we'll disconnect this computer. Joe Blow says most of us will be fired if we were judged off personal texts to friends. Yeah, I mean, there's no question that Proctor's texts were very inappropriate, but it's also true that if you were to dig into most people's private phones, you see, the thing is a lot of stuff you'll find is, and that gets lost a little bit, and that doesn't excuse his texts at all. But I had a lot of texts when I owned the bar in Worcester. I had a lot of police friends, and sometimes I was in their text chains, and I didn't comment, but I would get in these chains, and the jokes that they would tell were very inappropriate. And I knew these people personally, and they would never tell jokes like that in person. So something about the internet or text changes. People don't have the ordinary filter that they would have. It must be like a different part of our brain that is being accessed or something. It's really unusual. Have you guys noticed that there's something about people when they speak online, it changes them, or if they speak in text. And Joe Blow says there's a lot of dark humor in that job. That's true. There is a lot of kind of gallows humor. See, I'm still getting the spinning thing. I don't know why that's going on. You know, the pendulum's moving now, but I really don't know. Right, Molly, because you're not getting the human reaction from facial expressions or motion, so the filters are different. I can also try to go back to this and then reboot that computer. Okay, I switched to the other computer. See, I don't like that the pendulum doesn't move much. But it's much better now?
You are unmuted.
All right, hope so. I'm going to reboot the computer too. All right, I'll see you guys in a moment.
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
Just watch your step. Sure. Thank you. Can I have a seat? Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's
And
correct.
she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described.
That's correct.
Drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone.
That he had misplaced his phone.
Misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday?
I don't have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because
So
yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you.
That's correct.
That you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think. I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple of days in advance that
So let me
she,
just stop you for a minute.
thank
okay?
you, sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years.
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, but one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people?
to understand, yes.
And I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes,
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you had spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you would spend time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point. And I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well,
was.
she brought pastries to your home in the South End,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
as full of hope.
I'm not sure.
Before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
I understand.
Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days, and our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand, and the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let
thank
me
you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning.
Yes.
The mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief here. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
Sorry, and I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss, recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I recall.
I'll restate the question again.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying.
Sure.
What is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
And you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that. Let's try that question again.
So, sir, and I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay.
on the 29th,
Yes.
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
In your honor, move to strike.
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping in.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
So yeah, remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex.
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Move
complex.
to strike. May
All
we
right, I'll
please
strike the
start that?
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right, so just on December 29th,
Yeah.
what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, that's,
Thank you.
nothing further.
Thank you.
Any
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Ramdahal. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step. Please.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, Marleny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior.
Is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where's your office? Located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walsh?
Since November of 2021?
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walsh, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
And on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence. Education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No.
What was his window of release? On Thursday, January 5th.
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands. From 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30, pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct?
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process?
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCready.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure. Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered Southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter.
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes,
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive marked next to the drive.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
In good faith?
yes,
You turn this over to the police in January 2023.
yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Callie Roy, Paleo Logos.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay? You can have a seat. Hold that
Thank you,
chair a
sir.
little closer. Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak. Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay.
Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Palaiologos, K-A-L-I-R-O-I, last name P-A-L-A-I-O-L-O-G-O-S.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large
Yes, sir.
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turned these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave notebooks and issues. Follow me. Watch your step, please.
Okay, we're going to lunch. I'm going to take a second lunch myself. I've already eaten a couple of times today, been eating pretty good lately. For everybody that stuck with us and was patient, I don't really understand what was causing the bugginess. It seems to be, I've tried 3 different computers. I don't know if it was the problem with the router. We lost about a third of our audience. Hopefully they'll trickle their way back in. But I stressed over it and did the best I could. For those of you that stuck with us, thank you. And we seem to be running smoothly now, for whatever
Does
reason.
anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. It's a recess.
Okay, guys. So let's come back at 2. And I think later on, hopefully we'll have some combination of Margaret and Jen and perhaps Court, perhaps Carol being able to comment and chat for us at least. Yeah, I don't think it was StreamYard. It must have been on my end, but I don't really know what it was. So all the computers are refreshed and nothing else is running. The only thing I think of is the router. It's you got a wireless router in the house that for some reason is acting buggy. But Pearl Jam, yeah, it's a difficult case. And this is one of those cases that true crime can be difficult. It's unpleasant. It's unpleasant to think about human beings doing this stuff. You know, children in the house, 2, 4, and 6. It sucks. And these kids are going to grow up without their mom, without their dad, without a dad. All right. Yeah, I do think it was must have been on my end, Jane. I just can't figure out what, but it happens. We've been lucky so far in this trial. It hasn't really been an issue.
He hadn't spoken to her in six, and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you.
That's correct.
That you were just with them.
That's correct.
So they're just replaying this here. All right. So we'll
Did
cut
you
out of
guys
this.
have an argument? Did you?
All right. Okay, guys. Thank you. See you after lunch.
You are unmuted.
Have a seat. Court's in session.
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
Not gonna know the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sure.
Jurors entering, all rise. Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
Sir, could you just call me, please? Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, sir, right this way. Just do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. You're gonna have a seat, just pull that one close. Well, let's get the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos from Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive of 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the call publish Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you're on, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions. Your Honor.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay,
You may proceed.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA KIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to DC, we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife. And then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask a next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walsh about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
Oh, that she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walsh?
She told me that, you know, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. And that, yeah, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walsh after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walsh?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walsh on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get text from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes. Your
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustain.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded.
You approach sidebar? Yes.
going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what?
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Spire?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas. And so that worried me. So I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mhm.
and that he worried you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that was what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was the relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was, but when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Oh, I apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
Okay,
jail time. Yeah.
okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together
Mhm.
and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think
Objection, Your Honor. As to
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
she said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think.
All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walsh?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him. And that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, you know, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to I
Again,
think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think
Okay.
or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay. Sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
And recross,
No, thank you.
the witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench.
That was an interesting exchange. Seeing if Jen is here. Jen, are you here? Do you want to add anything?
Yes. Hi. How are you, Kevin?
Hi, good. Just been watching and listening.
Yes, me too. I thought that was very interesting. I agree. I didn't like it. You know, it's difficult, I think, when witnesses take the stand and it's very opinion oriented.
Right.
I just, I didn't like that witness that much.
The theme of the day for the last couple witnesses for the defense is to try to show, and I don't think it makes that much difference in the trial, but it does go to motive. They've somewhat been able to show Brian was not a jealous husband. That's what they've been trying to show.
Right. That's definitely there.
And there's no evidence. Right.
I just
There's no
think
evidence that he
oh,
had
sorry.
been. No, go ahead. No, just that there's no evidence that he had been a jealous husband in these other situations, including when he potentially could have been with her friend Jem. So, but just because he had not displayed jealousy in the past didn't mean it wasn't building up and didn't come out in an outburst on January 1st, right? So,
right. I've always said that I think that the motive in this was more money involved,
Mhm.
money motivated, worrying about losing his sugar mama, if you will. She was the moneymaker, and
Mhm.
life insurance and just everything involved, all his financial difficulties. I've always felt that in this case, this was largely that being a motive, even over the, jealousy
Right.
thing.
Yeah, she
How
made a
about
lot of
you?
money. That was
She
the
made a lot
testimony
of
that came in
money.
earlier today. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was big, right? He's in all sorts of trouble.
Mhm.
And, from a financial
I'm
standpoint.
going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11th, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before you leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
If there's exiting all rise, first, please leave your notebooks in the chairs.
We'll just watch to make sure there's no other court business. But the prosecution is sure there may be some business. Looks like.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, defendant would move for required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And,
She can share.
Give me a second to read your pleading. All right, I'll hear from you.
For the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required findings, that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walsh. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walsh, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. They also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in Thanksgiving over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in DC. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to DC, the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walsh were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in DC. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So very routine there at the end of the prosecution's case. The defense always files a motion saying they didn't prove their case and asks the judge to rule. So this happens in every trial.
Mm-hmm. So we heard reference to the Lattimore standard, and Judge Carroll says the Lattimore standard is lower than beyond a reasonable doubt. So I looked it up. Core principle, it's a Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court established this. When a defendant moves for a required finding of not guilty, the judge must ask, could a rational jury, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, which is what the judge said, find each element of the crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt? So it is reasonable doubt, but only in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth.
Right.
Which seems like a contradiction a little bit, but
Yeah, I see
this
your point.
this standard closely tracks the U.S. Supreme Court rule Jackson versus Virginia, which also requires sufficiency of evidence to be judged by whether a rational fact finder could convict beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's kind of a key thing there. Is they don't want to supplement the jury here. They want, so as long as a jury could, or a juror could, find this beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's the standard there.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
It's tricky though, huh, Jim?
It kind of is. I mean, literally, this happens after every trial, not particularly the Latimer, but this sort of motion by the defense when the prosecution rests. I find it interesting that I think it was Maui Swift that brought up the rumor, and the rumor proved true. Indeed, they rested today.
Yeah, that turned out to be true. And well, I guess the judge might have mentioned it yesterday, and we didn't realize she was going to keep speaking at that point, so we kind of talked over her. But Maui and a couple others were able to hear it. So yeah, and I thought the defense made it, just from an intellectual standpoint, an interesting point here. I mean, there really was very little, not convincing evidence of motive, to my mind. I mean, it's kind of speculative, it's kind of thin. I mean, we know he did it, but in terms of motive, I don't know.
Well, the judge kept using, and so did the prosecution, inference, and that's such a vague term. But basically, can you infer, facts that aren't blatantly presented?
Right.
Can we infer? Yeah. Sorry.
Just to say, when we had Judge Carroll on, that was one of the questions that I asked her about, exactly in legal terms, what the word inference means, because it's a little bit of a difficult concept. It's not as, it did require some explanation. So.
Yeah, I remember you asking that, and it was a good question. But, basically, can you make the assumption, almost an assumption, that a piece of evidence, if it's not blatantly stated, means something?
Right. I think the example she used, if you see the mailman on the street and then a little while later you find mail in your mailbox, you can infer that the man put the mail in the mailbox even though you didn't see him do it.
I found that to be an interesting remark. So a lot of times when I'm talking about circumstantial evidence, I use the analogy that if I look out my window and my grass is green and I go to bed and I wake up and it's white with snow, I know it snowed. So, and I remember her talking about the inference, because I think her point was, my point is more solid in terms of circumstantial evidence leading to a conclusion, and hers was truly showing an inference, because you got to be careful saying that the mailman put something in the box if you didn't see it, because the neighbor could have put something in the box, the UPS.
Right. That's very true.
The FedEx guy. There's all sort of people who could have put it in the box. So maybe that is what Judge Carroll was pointing out, is a more subtle inference as something happened, as opposed to circumstantial evidence, which can be much stronger than that. It can be much more obvious, which is why I draw the analogy I've always drawn.
Yeah, that was why, exactly, great example. That was why I asked that question, because I have had in times in the past found myself a little bit confused about trying to decipher between just where the line is on an inference and where between that and circumstantial evidence. And yeah, it's tricky because, like you say, and it happens here where the mailman puts the mail in the wrong box, and then the neighbor moves it over to your box when they realize it. So in that case, your inference would have been wrong.
Exactly. So yeah, it's interesting, but certainly the judge thinks, and the judge said that you could infer that she believes the inferences were made by the Lattimore standard, under the Lattimore standard. So, I mean, he's toast, I think. I really do. Because of his actions after.
Yeah, it's one of those things where common sense tells us what happened. And I don't think there's anybody in that courtroom that would deny it. But it's difficult here when you're going by the letter of the law that there are no witnesses, there is no body, and it's just limited evidence. And so then you're forced to build a stronger case on motive. And in this case here, there is, you can conceive of a motive. I do think it was interesting is when the friend was saying, Jem, that the phone was missing. It wasn't actually missing because we know that it was on the charger. But again, that's to prove that. But that to me was maybe the closest it came to real evidence for premeditation because he was trying to set something up. What did you think about that?
Yeah, I did find that interesting. You make a good point. I mean, the bottom line is anything he did in advance of that crime needs to be looked at really closely by this jury. And as to premeditating his actions that he ended up taking.
Right.
You
have that and you have the search on. Good.
No, I was just going to mention the knife. The knife really bothers me. And the blood on the knife. Just the fact it was put back and just the whole thing. Just, I found it interesting that wasn't disposed of.
Maui, we think alike. That's what I was just trying to say was the very thing. So the December 25th search of Anna Walsh found dead. We're forced to speculate what it means, but it's a very odd search, So again, are you allowed to speculate in the jury? Is that an inference? I mean, I don't think we can really infer what he actually meant when he made that search, because there's too many different things it could have been. So, but is some degree of speculation allowed, or is it up to the jury to decide?
It certainly is. And juries speculate and infer, and they can take their own, thoughts and experiences and in deliberations and, rely on those to some extent. Juries really, in a sense, there's a lot of loopholes where juries can make their own decisions, not necessarily based on the evidence. That's what I think.
Right. Music by Brian. Someone told me that they don't need to prove premeditation because first degree in this state can include other aggravating factors, not just premeditation. So this was, we've been trying to dissect the way this works. Thank you, Brian. And I have not got a legal explanation to me that satisfies me or that I was able to understand. Let's put it that way. Maybe I just wasn't able to understand it as to what the options are here. So there seemed to be some mention of the fact that the state, because they were the way this crime was based, they had no choice but to go with first degree. Like Judge Carroll said, second degree would make more sense, and it does to me too. But I don't really, was there some legal reason why they chose to go with first degree? Because we don't know what happened and whether it was premeditated.
I think they should have gone with
What
second
other?
degree, personally.
Yeah, it does make more to our, and you and I aren't lawyers, and that makes more common sense to us. But Carol said that too, so and it makes more sense to her. But Brian is saying that you don't need to prove premeditation. Well, I mean, premeditation obviously can be up to a second before, but again, nobody was there, so we don't know what. So you're looking for those signs of premeditation that he was planning something. I think you have the weird search on the 25th, and you have that he was up to something that night when he told about the phone. And as far as the knife, I also wondered. This is why, to me, I wanted to know what room this took place in, but I guess we don't know. Because if we did, was there a knife? Was it pre-stashed there? And again, you're required to speculate. Like, for instance, let's say I don't think he was, but let's say Anna had been murdered in the bathroom. Why would you have a butcher knife in the bathroom? You know what I'm saying? And are you allowed to speculate that it's unusual to have a butcher knife in the bathroom, unless you planned on murdering your wife in the bathroom and you stashed the knife there ahead of time? Does that make sense, Jen?
Oh yeah, and that's my exact point.
Yeah.
If it's second degree and it was a crime of passion, if it was something he didn't plan, he would have needed to be in the same room with the knife when he chose to use it on her, if indeed everybody believes that she was stabbed to death, which I believe that. I just don't believe that knife was used to dismember when he had the other tools available to him.
I don't know if you were listening yesterday when I was talking about it with Margaret. So I agree with you, and Margaret does too, that you wouldn't dismember a body with a knife. But it's also, especially that kind of knife, and you talked about it too, like referring to the K-bar knife. Very difficult to attack somebody with that kind of knife. It's gonna, when the knife hits bone, it's gonna cut you. It's gonna slide up onto your hand. And I was wondering about the scenario. I mean, it's gruesome to talk about, but if he's attacked her and she's unconscious, and he's trying to finish her off, and that's what he thinks to do instead of strangling her, is just for whatever reason. Is that I don't know. Does that seem like a possibility to you, or?
Yeah, I think that is a possibility. I've explained a lot of times about strangling somebody is very, very difficult. I'll lead everybody to a case everybody sort of knows about, is the Gabby Petito case. A lot of people believe, she was just throttled. She was manually strangulated, but she was also beaten, about the face and head. And it's just a lot of force over a lot of time to actually have somebody expire. Not be unconscious, but actually pass away, and they can go in and out of consciousness. And so I definitely think it's plausible for somebody who doesn't have the wherewithal, the strength, the time, that they may want to use a knife to finish the job they began.
Right. And he doesn't look like a very rugged or strong guy.
Yeah, where I struggle with is if truly this was his plan, and truly he was upset and all worked up, and she comes back and all of this. I just think he would have bought all of that stuff in advance. And I understand premeditation can just be seconds before the crime, but and that certainly that search that you posted, that Maui wrote, the one we talked about ad nauseum, right? What did he mean by that? Why would he do that? I've always said it's just because he wanted to see what would come up if he put that in. Could it have related to that plane? That's probably what makes more logical sense. But in some sense, but it's hard to say.
Music by Brian, coming to us from your channel, Jen, says that in Massachusetts, he looked it up. First degree murder in Massachusetts involves an unlawful killing committed with deliberate premeditation, malice aforethought, with extreme atrocity or cruelty, or during the commission of certain punishable felonies.
Mhm. Thanks for posting that, Brian. Yeah, it's complicated, I think. And I don't know if they've really proven it. I would be a tough one to be on that jury because
Yeah.
I would be struggling with, we don't know, I would have just charged second degree. Let me just say it that way. Because I truly believe this was some sort of crime of passion where he absolutely lost it. Lost it that night. Didn't plan to lose it, but lost it.
And this is where, so jury nullification comes in different forms. Oh, we may get a decision here. All right.
All right. So I think that we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So has it ever been decided by the judge yet? I know she had asked both sides for opinion on what could be told the jury as far as Brian's pleas that took place at the beginning of jury selection when he pled guilty to disposing the body and misleading the police.
I haven't seen a ruling yet. I don't think it's on the record yet. But they're getting down to crunch time where they're going to have a ruling.
Yeah.
And I think because of the Harmony Montgomery case, and just because it is so prejudicial as opposed to probative, and they were allowed to admit all the evidence they needed to show that he dismembered her, I don't think it's going to be allowed. But we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't allow it.
Brian Dudney says that Brian Walsh calling her friend the week before also shows premeditation. He says to the friend, "I know we just went through this a week ago." So I don't know. I'm not sure. Does that I think we saw they were having marital problems, and obviously Anna was having an affair and he knew something of it. But what I was starting to say before they came back for that was that jury nullification can take different forms. We think of it as jury nullification as helping the defendant, where they ignore their duties. But it can come the other way too, where the jury says, "All right, we're told to decide this on a matter of law, but as a matter of common sense, we know this guy's guilty, so we're still going to vote guilty."
See, I don't consider
you know what I'm saying? They can.
I don't consider that nullification. Nullification to me, when I think of that in the true form, is justice nullified due to a social issue or another issue that you're making a point about. O.J. Simpson, race, Karen Reed, public corruption, as examples. I think that there is a difference between that and, like I said, using common sense, using inference to reach a conclusion. So I wouldn't call it nullification. This is just my opinion. I would call that, the jury, if they do convict him, even though they don't exactly know how he killed her, that they're taking all those inferences. And the biggest problem is he dismembered her. And nobody is believing that she just died in her sleep right now. I can't imagine any fool believing that.
I would say that, to me, nullification is if a juror decides to ignore the instructions. The juror's job is to decide the facts of the case, to decide what are the facts of the case. And if they ignore those instructions in any way or for any reason, might even be justified. I don't know, but I'm just saying it's so if they vote guilty here, I am not saying that that's automatically nullification. What I am saying is that if they decide that if they got in the room and decided that the state didn't present enough evidence to prove that there was that the conditions of first-degree murder were met, but yet they still voted to convict, isn't that a form of nullification? That's all I'm saying.
I see what your point is. Yeah, I think, though, if they reach the conclusion she's guilty of first degree, it is going to be based on everything afterwards, combined with the few spattering of information ahead of that, right? Talking about divorce in a Google search, and then the Googling Anna Walsh dead, some things like that. And then mentioning murder after. What to do with a body after you murder your wife, or I'm totally paraphrasing, and that wasn't the exact Google search, but murder was used, and I believe 2 of those.
Right.
If anybody has that handy.
And at no time after the fact, after he allegedly killed her, did he display any signs of panic? So that almost lends credence to the argument that he had been planning this, or at least thinking about it for a while, instead of just had something where he reacted and did it. But not necessarily, because some people don't panic. But I mean, I don't know. It's
Well, I tell you what I never understood was why other than if it was just about money, if he's truly under the delusion that he's going to get off, and then this way he gets the money because it's, he wouldn't be convicted of taking her life. But I never understood why he didn't come up with the defense of, I panicked. I was so enraged, a crime of passion. So I shouldn't say the word panicked. I should say passion. I was so angry when I came to find out truly that she had, had an intimate relationship. I was so angry at the dissolution of our family that was coming. Maybe she said she was leaving me. He could say anything he wants. There's nobody there on the opposite side to rebut whatever scenario he wanted to come up with. But any scenario is more believable than she died in her sleep and rolled off the bed. It's so ludicrous. And they know he's a fraudster now, right? That's going to be read to them, that he's a liar. And we always talk about, when we're calling witnesses in federal cases, we never want to call somebody who's been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude. We'll call somebody who's murdered somebody all day long, but they better not have lied about it. So whenever you have somebody that wrote a bad check, they are worse under the law in terms of being believable on the stand than a murderer, as long as the murderer is not a liar. Does that make sense? But when you have a pattern and a conviction for lying, that shows you have absolutely zero credibility. And that's, I think, going to be a big problem if he does take the stand.
Right. So maybe we can end it there. Do you think he will take the stand? And if so, do you think he'll be up first? So will we see him on the stand potentially tomorrow?
He has to take the stand if they have any chance to win. He has nothing to lose. He can always hope to somehow cry on the stand, talk about how, yes, he knew. He should even say he knew about the affair, but he didn't care. They had an open marriage, which is what would piggyback off of the other witness, and he could say, he needs to convince one juror that he was truly, horrified at the loss of his wife. So he could get up there and try to put on a show, like Murdaugh did. Perfect example. Because remember, the only thing that got Murdaugh was he had no idea that the prosecution was holding that piece of footage where his voice shows him down there. And he lied about being down at the kennels where the crime took place. So,
Do you think he'll bring in any kind of experts or any kind of witnesses? Like, will there be an expert, for instance, a doctor, to testify how people can die in their sleep, for instance, even healthy people?
Remember, they tried to bring that out in the ME that was already on the stand.
Right.
And
the medical examiner.
I doubt if they go any further than that, because that, they're just going to say, I couldn't examine anybody. So, it's already on the record that people can die in their sleep and that it's very rare for a healthy person. And we know she was healthy purportedly from exercising. So I think that would be a mistake. I think the only thing they can do is put him on the stand. And I don't think it's going to work, but I just don't think they have any other evidence they can put on that
Right.
would be meaningful.
Right.
What do you
So
think?
we might see this wrap up tomorrow then, right?
I think it's possible. I
I
really
mean, it's a
do.
week early. Just last week, the judge told the jury to expect it to go till next Friday, but I can't really imagine.
No, you know what? She, again, I keep singing her praises, but she keeps this thing moving along. The prosecutor did a good job not belaboring points. The defense attorney, I mean, the defense attorney has nothing to work with, virtually nothing to work with. And he's
Yeah.
not a crazy showman, and he's not a, he doesn't get off on tangents, and I don't think she would allow it, even if he wanted to. So it's really gone at record speed. I could see it absolutely wrapping up tomorrow or the next day at the latest.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, everybody, please come back and join us tomorrow because we may see the most interesting part of the case, which would include closing arguments if that comes tomorrow, or maybe those would come Friday. But we might see Brian testify tomorrow. And, very rare for somebody like this to testify in their own case. But like Jen said, he probably has to, and his own lawyer in opening statements indicated he would to the jury. So that's a promise made to them in a certain extent. So to back out of it is risky. Why even hint at that might be the case with the jury if he's not going to do it? So he doesn't have to, but it does seem like he likely will.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm here for it. Most
Jen, did you have
interesting part
any?
of this.
Did you have any breaking news on some of those guests, special guests you had told us about on the side that might be coming on your channel?
No, I wanted to reiterate that Cameron Malin, obviously, he is the most premier digital forensic profiler, if you will, head of that unit in the FBI for years, started that unit in the FBI. And he's definitely coming on February 16th, which is a Monday. I don't have that time. He's in London right now teaching. And when he gets back, though.
What is a digital forensic profiler?
Okay, so you know how most profilers, behavioral scientists, if you will, people in our behavioral science unit, they look at things that were done by that individual, right? They concentrate on things that were said and the crime and how the crime was committed and notes that were taken and what was at the crime scene. Well, he actually analyzes the digital footprint of individuals specifically and takes that and uses that to profile those individuals. So it's the most up and coming, I think, really important. I mean, we can talk to him about it, but I believe he worked on Brian Koberger. He's very, very interesting guy. He does a lot of expert work throughout the United States. He's also teaches and does seminars like the one he's doing. So he's incredible. I'm so excited to have Cameron on. I really want to make sure, and I hope people that follow you, people that follow Margaret, and then of course my followers, anything that you want to send me, please. I'll probably actually do a post about this today or tomorrow. And any questions that you have, anything like that, would be great to make sure I don't miss anything. I mean, I have so many thoughts in my head on different cases, but he's looked at a lot. He was with the Bureau 20-something years. He was a assistant United States attorney before that in Miami.
Yeah, that sounds really fascinating. I definitely want to watch that, and I'll probably work up a question or two ahead of time and have it ready to launch into chat. That sounds really.
That was great. Yeah, he's great. I think I told you all that Amanda Knox, which is another one, communicated with her, and she's very open to coming on the show, but she is taking a break from doing appearances and everything. She just needs a break. And she said in 2026. So I've got an open line of communications with her handlers and with her. So I'm hopeful that sometime in 2026, sooner rather than later, she will come on. I'm really looking forward to that interview.
I think she deals with a lot of hostility too, in the public that still has beliefs. So probably difficult for her to do some of. She probably has to have a thick skin to do a lot of those appearances.
Yeah, and that's true. And I think it's tough on her. And I can't imagine everything she's been through. But that was one case from the very beginning. I was in her court. It made absolutely no sense from a victimology perspective, from a behavioral perspective, that she would have done that. There was zero really solid evidence that she was involved in that at all. So I've always been in her court, never bought that she was guilty of that crime. And
yeah,
so
and I didn't follow it closely, but I followed it enough, and I agree with you. So you know, I did, and they did the guy that I forget his name that probably was the killer. Right? I don't remember. Was he convicted of it, or he was convicted of something else? But
yeah, no, he was convicted. He's
Yeah.
you know, and that made all the sense in the world. I mean, this was a vicious, horrendous crime. And for some schoolgirl over there, had a boyfriend, and then all of a sudden they're going to come back and viciously rape and assault and molest and brutalize this girl. It was so ridiculous. It never made any sense to me. It was kind of like the first time I ever looked at the Sandra Birchmore evidence. I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense that she would be, responsible for this. Or
it
he
didn't
would.
at all for that kind of crime. And the Italians were Italian police, I should, motive was witchcraft or something weird like that. It was just bizarre.
With absolutely no evidence of that. And Elizabeth
Almost
Smart.
like they threw that out there because they couldn't think of a motive,
Well, with these stranger or, person that's not close to them type of crimes, like the Idaho 4 crimes, things like that, it's so difficult for police because when the murderer isn't in the inner circle or even on the really outside of the inner circle, somebody that they went to class with every day or something like that, it's tough for these, for law enforcement to make the case. It really is. And so they just weren't patient enough because it was coming around. They would have gotten to the truth, I think, but then they just jumped on her and wouldn't get off of her. So yeah, and I'm hoping to have Greg McCrary back on. He and John Douglas were the original first two profilers, behavioral scientists, if you will, in the FBI. And he is amazing, Greg McCrary. He was on my very first show where we analyzed, amongst other cases, John Benet Ramsey, Moxley, the horrible Moxley murder there in Massachusetts. So he was amazing. And then he came back on again, maybe a year ago, to analyze one of the school shooters that was transgender and talk all about that. That's a really interesting interview, I think. And then I talked to him last week, and he's going to come on again, and we're just trying to ferret out a case that would be perfect in his wheelhouse that he wants to address.
That'd be great. And Margaret's back. Welcome back, Margaret.
Oh,
And
yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear
Jen
the
was
annoying leaf blower in
Yeah,
the
we can-
background?
Nope.
No.
Not at
Oh,
all.
good. Okay.
Nope,
My
sounds
neighbor's
fine.
blowing leaves of all.
Jen was just telling us that she's having on a special guest who is an FBI. I'm not sure if she said FBI, but a forensic data profiler. So he
Ooh.
does he does profiling that is built entirely on looking at, or primarily on looking at forensic data. So a very specialized kind of niche kind of thing. So that's going to be really interesting in February.
Oh, yeah. My son would love that. And he's going to be in, cybersecurity and all that. So we'll have to watch that.
Yeah, he's gonna, I'm letting him just take it away. I definitely want to have a lot of good questions for him, but he's going to be great. And I hope everybody looks at his background, FBI for about 20 years. And so I'm excited to have him on. And and then I was just meeting actually just over lunch, and they were asking me also about Tim Tebow because we were all at the same conference with Tim, and I'm hoping to not only have Tim on my show, but I'm hoping to teach the women that are at all of his shelter houses for these young girls that have been sexually assaulted over years, times in some cases that they rescue and they put in these programs to teach self-defense to them. So I'm really working on that angle as a thrilling philanthropic endeavor with Tim Tebow.
That's great. So do you guys think I should go to court tomorrow? I have to be on the Commonwealth Confidential show, which is not too far from the courthouse. Do you think he's going to testify tomorrow? That might be really cool to go and watch that.
Yes, Margaret, they arrested today.
Oh, I know it. They arrested it, but I mean, they do have some witnesses, experts lined up. I saw their witness list talking about the sudden death syndrome or whatever it is.
Oh God!
And
he just asked me about that, and I said I didn't think they would waste their time with that, but apparently they're going to waste their time and money with that.
I mean, these experts are on the list. So I think you mentioned earlier that I thought and I agree, I thought the defense did a nice job with the medical examiner for the Commonwealth getting out what that sudden death syndrome thing is all about, and healthy people can die. So he asked quite a few questions about that. So maybe they won't call an expert, but I'm wondering if I should go to court tomorrow, and I don't know.
Well, would it make sense, Margaret, if from the point of view of the defense, to have Brian, if they do intend to have him take the stand, for him to come and tell his story before they have those experts up? I think it would, but what do you think?
Probably. Why do you think it would? What's your thought?
Well, because you're going to be telling the jury, and they have been told already this, I guess, maybe it doesn't matter. They were already told in the opening statements this, but for him to get up and tell the jury that this is what happened, and maybe they'll find themselves thinking, well, is that possible? But then you have the experts come on to say, yes, this is when it happens, and it does happen.
I totally concur.
Yeah.
That you have to lay the foundation with him, or it's just, that's what I think.
Well,
but
you're
they
right.
might,
Yes.
but they could wait for the coup de grace, right? They could wait for the blockbuster, witness getting up. I don't know. If I lived in Massachusetts, girl, I would be sitting in that courtroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. And
Good.
I'll try to text you guys, and
Okay.
I'll start the stream in the morning, and then I was experimenting.
Do you want me to do it, Margaret? And so you can
Oh
go?
yeah.
Or?
Oh wait, what is tomorrow? Thursday? Yeah, if I'm gonna go in.
Yeah,
that
we
would
were
be great.
planning on, right.
I was trying to figure out how to do the stream from my phone too. I've got to spend some time and figure that out, because as you probably saw me trying to get in and then being, I don't know, in and out.
Yeah, at one point we let you in, but you were in the middle of an interview. I guess I turned
Okay.
out to be on Surviving the Survivor this morning.
Yeah. So you
And
can hear
so
me. Oh my.
I realized and Jen was here too, after about 10 seconds that you were talking, you were doing something else, but I let you in and we heard another male voice asking you a question.
Yeah.
And so we was only about 10 seconds and then I took you out.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Because as you know, Jen, you've been asked to go on different things. And so they wanted a prosecutor's perspective on Surviving the Survivors. So I was sometimes you try to juggle things and it's tough, but I'm back. I'm in one piece, even though the leaf blower next door is driving me nuts. I don't know why they're blowing leaves now. I would think they'd be frozen to the ground, right, Kevin?
We have 2 inches of snow here, so there'd be no leaf blowers here.
Yeah.
Um,
Gosh. Anyway.
But so I'd be happy to run it tomorrow, but I definitely, just a reminder, need you to run it Friday because I'm getting chemo.
I
so
will.
I'll
I
be
promise.
walking
I'm running it
about-
Friday. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, very good.
Kevin, we're thinking about you. Hopefully everybody in chat continues to pray for our friend Kevin. He, Friday he has chemo and he hates it probably when I get on and say this and try to do, food for him and all the other things I've tried to do, but we really care about you, Kevin. I know you just want to be your normal yellow cottage tail writer, but we know you're dealing with a lot behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the kind thoughts, and I can just definitely say too, for other people that haven't had chemo and then someday face it, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. It's just the traffic driving into Boston is the worst part. So, if you face that situation, you'll be fine. Don't worry. You'll be fine.
That is a brave voice right there. Like Valvano. I just watched Valvano, for those of you who know I'm talking about, Jimmy Valvano. I'm a big sports freak. And boy, his SB speech was so good all those years ago, talking about, never give up, keep fighting. My morning tweet this morning was, he said 3 things you have to do every day. 1, laugh. 2, cry. And 3, be passionate about something.
You lost Jen. Oh, am I back?
You lost me?
I think I lost connection for a bit. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's okay. Did you hear the 3 things he said? Cry, laugh, and be passionate about something. And that's how to live life. That was, Jimmy Valvano's mantra. And so I actually posted something that was funny this morning, just saying, all right, it's time to laugh, everyone. So anyway, I just have so much respect for you, Kevin, for the fight you're putting on.
He was very inspirational, and I played on my channel, believe it or not, a commercial that came out last year. I think it was from Honda, but it's incredibly inspirational and creative. It starts out reading, it sounds like somebody's quitting, and they read the words out, and then when it gets to the end, they read the same words back in reversing the sentences, and now it has the opposite meaning now, and that it just was I found it to be the most inspirational commercial I've ever seen. In fact, I'm going to see if I can find it since this was such a short commercial while you guys are talking.
Great. And for people who don't know who Jimmy V is, do you know who Jimmy V is, Margaret?
No.
So
North Carolina
he's
State.
A very famous basketball coach because he coached North Carolina State the year that they beat in 1983 Phi Slamma Jamma, who was actually my team, one of my teams that I loved, the Houston Cougars. Obviously, I lived in Houston for many years as an FBI agent. It was my first office, and my uncle was there. I'm flying there actually for one of my nephew's weddings in a few weeks. So I loved that team, and by far we were, favored to win. Akeem Olajuwon was on that team. Clyde Drexler. It was just an amazing team, and we got beat by them.
When did he do that famous speech? Was that like ESPN or like awards or something? And he came out and he was very thin and it was very inspirational. When was that, Jen?
Those were the ESPY Awards, and it was actually
Awards,
2 months before he died.
Yeah.
So we could look up the year he died. I want to say 2004, 2006, something like that. But literally, he's so strong in that speech. I thought he looked great. And
it was like the 1980s, wasn't it? I think it was like the 1980s. It was a long
no, that's
time
when
ago.
he coached. That's when he coached. I don't think it was. He was in the coach. He coached in 1983 was the year he had his huge victory. Remember, before that, he was with Rutgers, and he was also with, oh my gosh, Connecticut. He was an assistant with Connecticut, and then NC State was his big head coach job.
Here's the
I know way
commercial.
too much about basketball.
I wouldn't I wouldn't normally play commercials, but it's only 30 seconds. And like I said, when I saw this, I was just immediately inspired by it.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name. Honda, the power of dreams. Proud partner.
So I don't know. I just found that particular commercial inspirational, that you never quit.
I like that.
I love that, Kevin. Yeah, I really do. Good one.
All of us as we get older in life, we face those kind of decisions and crossroads. And but I think you never stop dreaming, and you never quit. That's
right.
what I believe. But,
Very
all right,
good.
and just to quickly answer Maui's question, I'm not sure if I'll do the news thing or not tonight. I didn't repair anything, so what I'm going to do is just look at the news and see if there was anything interesting to talk about. There were some interesting science stories, so I may pop on around 6 or 6:30 and just do it very kind of spontaneously, but nothing prepared. So I may do that. So we'll see. But then for the rest of us, we will see everybody tomorrow. Did you want to stay on talking about things, Margaret?
It's up to you, Kevin. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you're tired, I'm here. It's only 4:05. It depends on how long you guys want to chat.
What does our chat say? Is our chat ready to blow out of here?
I don't know. I can't
Does
tell.
We lost, and I should apologize to both of you too. We lost some followers, about a third of our audience earlier. We were having some technical difficulties. It was glitchy and the feed, and I couldn't figure out what the problem was. And I had 3 computers going, trying to figure it out. I think the problem was initially unrelated to that, but then when I had 3 computers going, trying to fix it, I think it overtaxed the router, internet, the wireless. So I don't know, and then it straightened out. But we lost about a third of the audience while we were dealing with that. So thank you to everybody that stayed. But I felt really bad because my feed is going over Jen's channel and Margaret's channel. So there's an extra responsibility, and I felt bad about it.
That's okay.
Well,
No worries.
I can.
Yeah.
I have almost no chat on this case, 0 chat basically. Certainly in Twitter, and then afterwards, people come by to check out what we had to say and the trial coverage. But yeah, unfortunately, I tell you, it's so different from Karen Reed, where there were so many in chat, at least on my channel. But and also I have to make an apology because I've been ridiculously otherwise committed a lot. So I'm so glad the 3 of us are doing this so we can kind of cover for each other's times we're away.
Yeah. And I'll be on in the morning tomorrow.
And some of your audience, both of you, what happens is unfortunately, because the chat, there's 3 channels, people will go to where the largest one is. So everybody, so people like Music by Brian end up coming over to my channel, even though they're normally in Jen's channel, just so they can comment where more people will see it. So, but normally he is one of Jen's guys. So, that's just the way it works.
And I respect that. I know they want to have more people to chat with other than 2 or 3 people. And it's that's just the way it should be. So anyway, I have decided, though, I do not think I have actually been mulling this over with a lot of people, and I don't think I'll probably ever do a trial again like this format, even though I've really enjoyed this and would love to pop in if you guys do one again. Just because I feel so bad that it seems like my audience really is not that into the coverage, and I think it's so saturated. Right, every channel is covering this trial right now.
Right. It's an awful lot of work too.
Well, you guys have done more of the work than me. You've been on more, and you've actually run the live stream. So I really appreciate you all.
Yeah, we'll try to figure out, and we'll see if the future, what it holds. I don't know if I don't see any trials on the horizon, so I don't know if Margaret does.
Well, I don't see any. I have to look, but we also have to find trials that are televised because, yeah.
I mean, the trial that I'm most interested in right now at the top of my list is Luigi Mangione,
Yeah.
because I followed that from the second it broke, and it's not going to be televised, I don't believe at all. And
No.
certainly the federal trial isn't going to be.
No. So anything that's in federal court is not going to be televised. And I am also very interested in that. I mean, we can still hold shows on it. You know, we can do a recap at the end of the day. Obviously, one of us would have to follow somebody who was inside the courtroom. You know, it's going to be tough to get a seat inside the courtroom at the Mangione trial, I would imagine. So someone who is constantly tweeting from the courthouse, we'd have to follow, you know, a reliable feed like that and then report on it and talk about it. We could do something like that, but it's not quite the same.
And depending on when that trial is held and what's going on in my world, because I think it's going to be, well, the federal trial is way down the road.
Yeah.
And the New York trial is a little bit closer, but depending on what's going on, I mean, that would be a trial I would love to sit in on, you know, maybe for a week or so. So see about that.
Yeah.
And I like the trials where there's an element of mystery too. And it doesn't, and obviously the ideal mystery is if you're trying to figure out whether the person is guilty or not. But even if just whether you're figuring out whether the evidence was strong enough to convict that person, you know, say the OJ case or
yeah,
what's the guy that killed his wife and his son there? The
Adelson was big.
There's too many people who killed their wife and son.
Yeah, the big one that was on a year or two ago. I can't think. And he testified on his trial, and he, you know, worked up those crocodile tears. And,
Murdoch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think people had, you know, reason to watch that to see if the evidence would be convincing enough.
Yeah.
You know,
that was a big one.
I think the Luigi Mangione, look, if that evidence, and as far as I know, I checked earlier, there's been no ruling yet, but as long as that evidence is admissible, he is toast. The gun that was used to kill him is in there. The bullets, the quote unquote manifesto, the everything he had is going, and he's so linked in anyway with the videos and the hostel where he stayed, the ID he used, both in Altoona as well as for the hostel are the same. I mean, he's absolutely toast. The interesting part of that is another possible, what I consider a nullification case.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That is a case where people are so upset about healthcare and everything. Could he get off because of that?
Oh, it's possible, but you know,
Tom, which case did they?
Which
case? Tom mentioned that he was. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that jury nullification. It's possible, but I think in the Karen Reed case, it was. You know, there was just so much to it, and there were so many different layers and things going on. So I think that jury nullification was, you know, more possible in the Karen Reed case than it would be in Mangione.
Yeah. Well, there were, you know, like I said, in California, they tried to name a banking reform bill or insurance reform bill in favor of him. So he's a hero to a lot of people, and
I know.
To us, you know, so you could get that end up in the jury. And who is it? So someone asked, Safardi asked if we'll be covering the Courtney Claney case. Do you guys know of that case? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I do know that case.
Yeah.
You do know that case, Ben?
Yes. I've been covering it on my Twitter since it first happened. I think that is an interesting case because it's really a case about domestic violence and self-defense. And basically I think was completely the aggressor. There's a lot of footage of her aggressively attacking. It's just so different, right? It's so inverse of the normal situation with domestic violence.
Okay.
That's an interesting one.
When is that trial going to begin, Jen?
I don't have that date of that trial. Maybe Safari knows the exact date. I'm just familiar with the case because I've covered it.
I'll Google it right now. When is the trial?
And that's a high profile. That's an interesting case, and it wouldn't be too long of a case. It's
she's
a shorter.
charges of second-degree murder. I don't know. So a trial date hasn't been chosen yet.
Okay.
I don't think. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I'm not sure. There's so many different articles on it, so I don't. Does anybody in chat know if a trial date has been set yet? It didn't look like it to me, but whatever I Googled may be wrong. So that does sound interesting, though. Second-degree murder. I'd like to sink my teeth into that one. I like covering true crime in some of these trials.
Yeah, it is interesting. And Kevin, again, just to circle back with something else you talked about, I will definitely talk to both of my nephew and my niece, which I'll be seeing next week, about coming on your show. Again, they're authors, and certainly it's nothing I've ever covered on my channel, but I would tune in because they're very
That'll be
interesting.
great.
Authors.
Yeah, both of those.
For you, I know
And
that's up your alley.
Yeah, exactly.
Even so your nephew that worked with the undiscovered tribes down in South America, though I watch a lot of shows on stuff like that. So that stuff really, really interests me.
Yeah, again, if anybody in chat wants to look that up, it's Lucas Bessire, Bessire. He's currently a professor at the School of the Mines, but he just left Stanford, before that Princeton, Oklahoma. If you want to see any of his work, he has 2 books out. They're nonfiction. And then also Rebecca Coffindaffer, and she is the sci-fi writer that writes Crown Chasers was her big one. But then she has a whole new string of books now that she's just started, and I cannot remember. She actually sent me one and signed it and everything because I wanted it, not the Crown Chasers, but her newest one. So if you're into sci-fi,
yes,
pretty
yes,
interesting
definitely.
stuff.
Yeah, that sounds
Definitely.
great.
And just even the process of it that someone goes to be able to write and get published, and but also what they do to create their stories, how they choose their themes for something like sci-fi. There's a lot of aspects of it that I would be interested in.
There you go. Uh-oh.
Okay, so shall we call it a day and get back together tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sounds great. Everybody, thanks for being here.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Margaret will be in court tomorrow, and we'll try to
Yeah,
get
but
a
not
feed
the whole
going.
day. Because remember, I don't want to
No,
deal with
no.
Boston traffic. So I'll get on with you guys and talk about the case in the morning and all that. And then, then I'll decide when to go. I don't know what to do. I wonder if he's going to get on right away. Huh. Well, what do you guys think I should do? When should I leave? I usually don't like to get stuck in traffic, but maybe it would be worth it getting stuck in traffic.
Thank you, Maui Swift.
Yeah.
You're the trial lawyer, so you know more than us. So
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, I definitely want to stream it too from my so I'll figure it all out, and I'll talk to you, Kevin, obviously before tomorrow morning.
Okay. And I'm up pretty early, so I can always
Okay.
start the stream earlier if I have to.
Yeah, because if I do leave for
So
court
you can
first
connect to it.
thing, yeah, that might work. So we'll talk about it. But I would love to be there and also report back to you guys like what the jury is, if they're looking at him, if they're snarling at him, or looking away from him, and I'd like to see what their faces show us. So to me, that's a big deal.
There's been some. I had a question, and this, again, these are things I don't know about. So there was someone sitting perpendicular to Brian Walsh in the courtroom. It's a woman. She's been there for the whole trial, and she's taking notes by hand in a yellow pad. And I don't think that's where reporters would be sitting there. So I'm wondering, could she be a court watcher, like a jury watcher for one of the sides, or what? Because she's facing the jury. I don't know. What do you think she's doing?
Well, I'll pay attention to that tomorrow. Just remind me. But maybe, is it possible, was she the one that argued the motion for directed verdict today? That wasn't
No.
her, was it? Okay.
No.
Um,
No, that was the redheaded woman that's
That
done
might be an
part of it.
intern. That might, you know what? That could very well be a law student taking notes, but that's volunteering at the DA's office. So there's a lot of that. So was she older, younger?
More younger than older. Not
Okay.
super young, but more younger than older. Yeah.
I'll look tomorrow when I go.
Maui says paralegal for the defense. I don't know if she's guessing or if she knows that, but that's what I was wondering. Is it someone that, because you guys would probably have people there to watch the jury, right? And look for.
I don't know
if you
if
can.
either side is going to hire a jury consultant for this trial,
Okay.
but it might very well be a paralegal or a law student who is volunteering with the DA's office, and that might be their job to, take notes on the jury. I don't know.
Right.
I'll check it out tomorrow. I didn't notice her when
Okay.
good observation.
We lost Jen. I don't think Jen is coming back, but we're about to check out for the night anyway. So
Yeah.
so thank you very much for Margaret from It's a Crime Media and Jen from Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer. And we will see everybody tomorrow.
Yes. Excellent.
Okay.